hmm Hey, everybody. Welcome to another kind of a fireside, but we're calling it Indie After Dark. We're going to merge them together a little bit here. We're trying out this kind of new time. I think that I'll be sticking to Monday nights, but I'm not sure if it's going to be at this time or a little bit different, or, on my end with family and stuff too, it might have to change up every now and then. But I'm hoping that Monday nights can kind of become a set time that people can, count on for us to be here sometime if, uh, you know, sometime in the evening on Mondays. We have Rescue and David Devine and 15th Bend up here with us to start things off.
What's up,
And I see
everybody?
a
Hey,
bunch of
everybody.
people in
What's going on? Good to see you.
chat.
Hey,
um,
Ducky, Frank,
yeah.
how's it going?
I know Dex
What's
is
up?
always like the first one to be here and leave a message and be so supportive. Always appreciate that. Michigan, good to see
Anti
you.
Virginia Mayhem Ducks.
KP Heathen, good to see you. Magic, glad you're here. Mike, always glad to have you with us. Neil, good to see you. Ducks. So 15th Bend, I know you don't have a ton of time here with us tonight, and I thought it'd be a good way to kind of start the show off to have your newest song, Scars. And if for those of you who have heard it, I mean, I don't even know how many times I've listened to this. I have it on a playlist that I listen to like a lot of times in the background. But then also just that song alone, I had on repeat for a while, like just listening, and I love it. It's great.
Thank you, Indy. I want to say hi to Anti as well before the AI turns against me. And also, I owe Frank Terzo, the legend, a solo that I promised him I'll get to him soon. So now he's going to see that,
Nice.
okay, 15 is spending his time on live streams at like 11 o'clock at night. That's why I'm not getting the solo. So I'm working on it, Frank. I promise.
Busted. He's
Busted.
busted.
Right.
What's up,
Well,
Frank?
good to see you, Virginia. Glad you're here. Apple dumpling,
Yankee
Frank,
Watchdog.
Okay, let me just, I'll
Mayhem.
share my screen then, Indy.
Yep. Thank you. Anti. Thanks.
All right,
All
give me
right.
one
Well,
sec.
do you want to tell us anything about this song before you play it?
Oh,
What
where
motivated
do I
it?
start? Where do I start? So this one is, as most of people already know, I make like instrumental music. Now, a lot of people when they hear instrumental, they're like they roll their eyes and they're like, "Nah, man, I hate instrumentals." A lot of people do, right? But I've been fortunate that when they listen to mine, they're like, "Yeah, man, this is different. This is not what we were expecting." So this is called Scars, and as far as the music is concerned, I'm just gonna let the music speak for itself. But the video is something which was made using AI, and I had to give it prompts and tell what type of story I'm going for, and it generated this video. So this was my first time using this AI program. So the next one that I'm gonna make is gonna be even more refined. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it.
Right on.
All right. Thank you.
Let me
Awesome.
just share screen.
hmm
There you go. All right, this is Scars. Here we go.
Right on.
So good. I could just listen to it like 10 more times. But
Thank
not
you, Indy.
only is the music incredible, but the way you do your videos, I know that's a technique. I know you've been doing a lot with AI, but that this technique was something new. And I'm excited to see what you do next because I know you and you just are going to keep getting better and better and better. And it's going to be amazing.
I,
It
I,
already
I
is.
hope. Thank you. Thank you. I hope so. There's a lot of pressure on me now because everyone keeps saying, "Oh, 15, you keep getting better and better, and we can't wait to see where you end up in like 5 years." And I'm like, what if this is the peak? Like after this, I only disappoint, right? So I
Nah.
don't know. I hope I can keep improving. The next one though is not an instrumental. I just finished mixing and mastering it. That's why I'm on the live actually. This is to reward myself because um, I finished the one with you probably know the Sailor Your Love song. So
Yeah.
it's done.
All
Now
right.
I gotta work on the video now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not an instrumental, of course, and it's about addictions and how people like our loved ones or us we get dependent on these things, and it's like seeing a loved one on crutches, they become dependent on it, and there's nothing you can do to help them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Sailor's not good with names for songs, so she was like, 15, I'll let you choose a name. So she just had like addictions, and then I was like, nah, I think it should be crutches.
Yeah.
Just it's
So it's
something.
more general. Yeah.
Yep.
I like
And
that.
yeah, so that's going to be a really powerful one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hey,
looking
Doug,
forward to
it's
it.
good to see you. Thanks for being here. Ed, thank you for being here. Astua, got tons of people in here. I love it.
D-Dog.
Um,
What's up, buddy?
I hope you got to see some of the, since we were playing the video, you get to see some of the comments. 15.
Yes.
Busy, good to see you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah. Hey, Kim,
No, D-Dog. He's still ticking.
William.
He's nostalgic piece right now, so he hasn't turned into a chicken sandwich yet.
That's your BB, your
Yeah.
rooster.
Yeah, we're gonna have another come to Jesus meeting because he's just man. I don't know. He just feels the need to flex so much. Sometimes I think he's bullying the hens, and it's like, man, I can't do that, dude.
Hmm. Yeah. Effing
Man,
chickens.
I
Effing
did
chicken.
see
Hey,
I did see
Justin.
Doug's comment about him playing my music at his grandson's baseball game, and that got me a
Hmm.
new sub. That got me a new sub. So shout out, Doug. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
awesome.
that's the kind of real organic marketing, which is priceless. So I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, Ed, I'll make sure I get that to her later. Thank you. Yeah, KP, good to see you. Yeah, I love that. That's kind of what I'm here for is to help connect people and bring people together and, kind of give us a hub. So I love hearing about people, subbing up other channels and sharing it out. That's great.
Yeah, Indy, you're awesome.
Yep,
We all love you.
Aw, thank you for thank you for that.
Yeah,
she's awesome.
Well, the
yeah.
feeling's mutual for all of you guys. I know I'm behind in chat. Sorry, everybody. I'm always behind in chat. Yeah, I know the video. I know taking over the video with the music is just incredible. I mean, I think I can, I already know that you were influenced by Pink Floyd, but like you can see that in the storytelling, that you do with your music and video combination.
Yeah,
Hey, remote.
Pink Floyd is my number one all time.
Mm-hmm.
Floyd's
Yeah. Hey,
good.
Karen.
I like Rush too. They kind of
Yep.
got there's some good ones. It's like Discovery's
Mhm.
kind of a good chill one. It's just like you can just drift off into that one.
Yeah.
So what's up,
Karen.
David? You're quiet.
Hmm.
You're on mute.
Yep.
Oh, that's why he's quiet. He's on mute.
He's being a little too calm over there, David.
Oh, that's why. All right.
Hey, Kim.
Oh my. All right. Yeah, that's the quietest I've ever been. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it.
I just thought you were being extra calm.
No, that is definitely the quietest I've ever been. I didn't realize I muted myself, but yeah, no, that video is just amazing.
Thank
Mhm.
you, David.
I've messed around with AI with the photos, but never video. But man, that really does fit the song to a T, man. It really is nice.
Thank you,
Mhm.
David. Yeah.
Um, yeah, I can't. Well, I mean, I'm sure it would be awesome to listen to that song without the video, but they go together so well. I can't imagine. I wish I had a bigger monitor in here to see that thing. I'll have to watch it back. But good
Thanks, Rick.
job, man. That's really good. Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you,
really
David.
good.
Hey, man.
When's the next one coming out?
Um,
Meetup.
so the next one I'm gonna have to space it out. This year's been my most unproductive year because I have a 15-month-old at home
Yeah,
who is just like consuming each and every ounce of energy and time that I have.
yeah. I've been
So,
there. I've been there. Yeah,
and,
Yeah.
and and it's like I feel bad because he's asleep. For the last few months he's been okay with sleeping, so he's asleep at like 9 p.m. So I come down here and I'm like, all right, I still have like a couple of hours, but I'm so
yeah,
spent. I'm so spent that I just lie down on the recliner and sometimes I just pass out here, and then I wake
yeah,
up and I'm like, man, I wasted another night.
yeah,
Um, or something's happening on YouTube and I end up there, right? So it's just this year's
yeah.
been slow, but this
Mhm.
next one I'm gonna probably end of July.
Oh,
I'm
gotcha.
spacing them out a bit.
And
Um,
I do you and the next one you're doing AI or too or no with the
yes,
video? Yeah,
yes,
that's great. That is great. Yeah,
yeah. I'm gonna do a mix of it because this was purely AI. Like I told it what I want and everything, but I only give it like one image, one starting image, and then the story, and then the prompts and everything.
yeah,
But the next one I'm gonna make like mini clips with like it's gonna be this multiplied by like say 15 to 20, and then all of those are going to have their own like clips, and I'm going to merge them and add my own effects and animations and stuff. So in this one, like you saw the grass crack
yeah.
right when that solo hit, so that was I added that on top of it. So I'm gonna have more control on that one. This was an experiment. It turned out so like went so well with the music that I just didn't want to mess around with it.
Mm-hmm.
The next one I'm gonna mess around a bit.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Mhm.
And I have not to pry into how you do things too much, but is it software that you've downloaded or you use
No,
it
it's all web based. All web
web
based.
based? Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
The
right on.
the animations and the FX and all that stuff and the editing that I do, that is all on Filmora by Wondershare, Filmora
Okay.
11.
Oh, okay, all
So
right.
I personally have used that for like since the beginning, for 2 years now, and I haven't had any issue. I would really recommend that software. It's really easy to use, unless you're like a real pro and you're using Photoshop's, Adobe's
Yeah,
programs. I haven't used those. I used to use Photoshop back in the day before engineering school. Engineering school just killed all my creativity and everything. So
right,
I
right. Yeah,
I stopped
yeah.
using it. But now I'm getting back into all of this stuff. Like video editing is something that I was telling Indy that was my earliest talent that I can remember. I used to record like my family members when they weren't listening, they didn't know I had a mic on the computer. I would record their
Candid camera.
dialogues, and then
Camera
I
dot audio.
Yeah,
well, no
yeah.
camera because the webcams were so shit. Like I
Right.
couldn't record anything, right? So then I would use Windows 3D Movie Maker, and then I would just dub, their audio on it and make like
Right.
my own movie out of it, like a funny video. And
Oh,
my
that's
I
dad would
love
great.
just
that.
watch it, and my dad would be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Go study." Right? So,
Yeah.
but now,
Did you
now
see this comment? Did you see this comment 15 from Apple Dumpling?
you would have loved the Luxurium show. The rhetoric was a lasagna show. Light shine. You sit back. Oh no,
Mhm.
I would love that. There is a
Yeah.
Pink
Yeah,
Floyd exhibition happening in Toronto until the end of July. I do plan on going there one of these days. That's supposed to be really nice.
Good to see you, Clay. Thanks for being here.
Clay hashtag pops.
what's
And
up,
Apple
Clay?
Dumpling, thank you for your comment earlier. I really appreciate that. Apple Dumpling is one of my OGs from way back when I first got on YouTube, way before I was in, I did my own streams or anything. And just appreciate you, Apple Dumpling. And
Back when
Anti, thank you for sharing the link.
your solo mod days.
Yeah, yeah.
Back in
Thank
what's
you,
a
Scott.
mod days.
Yeah, exactly.
But when I was 15, when I was in where you're at now with your little one, that's I started to go to film school too. That was always my first love was film. You know,
Hmm.
recording things, splicing it too. Yeah, I started to go, but then I got like you, I got wrapped up with things that were more important at the time. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, that was a beautiful job. One more question about it:
Yeah.
did the story come out like you pictured in your head, or like you put it in to the AI with the description,
Pretty
or
close
did
to it.
you did it really? Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it was more like I prompted, man looking back at his life and remembering the pain that he's been through and sadness and stuff like that. So if
Wow.
you see the video, like it starts that way, right? Like and the initial image that I gave him was that was something I made through Midjourney AI.
Yeah.
So and that was like a bunch of prompts, and then you have to go through like multiple iterations to get the image you want. So it's
Yeah.
more like a heart, like shattered in a window, and the guy is looking out of it, basically, like
Hmm.
looking through the window at the world through his broken heart or shattered heart with
Wow.
scars on it. So that was the image. That was how I got the image, and then that image is what I gave this program and told what I'm picturing, and I think it did a pretty brilliant job. And the best part is with the music, I gave it the audio file as well. So when you give it the audio file, the movement of the camera goes with the beat. Like it's like it's zooming out, but it's like moving like with the beat. So it's pretty awesome. Um, the
That's
next one,
cool.
I won't be giving it the music. I'll just be doing all the animations myself. I'm excited about that, but it's just it before I start, it's like I look at it as like a mountain that I have to climb. But once I start, then it becomes pretty easy. But getting
Right.
started on it, because right now I did the mixing and mastering, and I was like, yes, like I was celebrating. And then I remembered, oh, I have to still have to make the video, and I was like, fuck,
Oh,
Yeah.
there's still a lot of work to do.
still a
So
lot of
about
work.
about how long do you think it took you to make that entire video?
Oh, the video? Well, it's hard to quantify, Indy, because the images I got like, 3, 4 months ago, and I shelved them. I was like, all right, one day
Mhm.
I'm going to use them, right? For the right song and the right, like Scars was still like the title that I thought of many, many months ago. Um, but the video was pretty quick. Like this part. Um, I would say maybe a couple of hours, 3 hours.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because once I sit
That's
down
pretty
and
good.
then I just go crazy with it. I go down the rabbit hole, as I say.
Yeah.
But getting that dedicated time is very tough, right? Because I'm always being summoned.
Right.
Oh, can he bring his milk? Oh, he dropped this. Oh, he fell down. Oh, he did this. And
Right.
Completely understand.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Completely get that.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Been there.
Mine aren't that little anymore, thankfully. I mean, I feel like I'm just getting past that. My daughter just turned 5 and my son is 6.5. And I feel like I'm just, it's good. It's good to look back and now be like, yeah, okay, I'm past that part.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Yes,
my older one is 9.5, so she helps around a bit as well.
that's
But
great.
some days it's like her help is like actually, she makes it worse. But I'm like, at least she's trying, right?
She's
So
Right,
trying. She's
yeah,
giving it a shot. Yeah.
yeah,
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 and then there comes a time that you'll wish that they were little again.
Yeah.
yes.
yeah. I know, I already feel like it's going too fast.
What's up, Dom?
Hey,
Yeah. I mean
Dom.
those were real. I mean those were great days. I only have one, but it was like rediscovering the world again because things you just walk by, right? You just walk by and see a rabbit and you don't pay attention to it, but
Yeah,
the excitement on their face by seeing a rabbit,
hundred
you see
percent,
the yeah, you see the rabbit again. You would have
hundred
missed
percent.
it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
That's
actually a
what
very good point.
grandkids are
yeah.
awesome.
Oh, grandkids
Yeah,
too. Yeah. Do
Yeah,
you
that's
get
pretty
yeah.
you
cool.
get just as excited with them rescue?
Oh yeah, shoot, I love it when my granddaughter comes over because she's just like in full discovery mode. So we can just go out and talk about the goofiest stuff, a leaf
Yeah,
falling, a doodle bug. It doesn't matter. It's all cool.
yeah. And with everything going on in the world, they make a lot more sense, don't they, than the grown-ups?
Yes,
They do.
Yes.
simplistic.
Yeah.
They do. My daughter
Hmm.
started asking about this whole Ukraine war and everything, and I was at a loss for words on how to explain to her like why people get into wars and everything.
Yeah.
And then she was just asking like the simplest of questions, like, but why can't they just, sit down and talk about it? And why do they have to like get to this point and this and that? Or why do they want resources? Like I was trying to explain to her, so it's about resources and money and all that stuff, right? But she was just like, yeah, but why can't they just sit down and just talk about it and then, like just sort it out, and instead of sending people to war? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I mean, these are all legit questions, but
Yeah.
when we grow up, we forget about these, basics.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
people get ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all the details that all the behind the scenes details is why.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think that's one of the toughest part of being a parent is seeing that hope and optimism in your kid, die every time you tell them,
Yeah.
harsh realities of life. Like, you can't trust anyone. You can't, like just blindly trust everyone because there are bad people out there. But they don't see it that way, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right.
Well, but it's all in the delivery. That's what I can reflect back. I say that like so fluently like that, but it's because I actually going through it 3 times and then being able to sit here and reflect back and watch my granddaughter. Now I
Yeah.
can go, okay, it's in the delivery is my 2 cents. Because you can,
Mhm.
I can see what we did with my kids versus what my daughter does with my granddaughter. And so you can see the reflection of when she was that age versus my granddaughter at that age. And it's
Yep.
the input, and input matters, especially at that, because
Mhm.
they're sponges. They
100%.
don't know nothing. They're
I love
figuring
that.
it. Matter of fact, they don't even know to be mad until they see you get mad. It's like, what, you're mad? Well, then I'm mad. It's
Yeah.
like, I
Yeah.
don't really know why, but I trust you. You show me the way.
Exactly. Yeah, that's very
I
well
like what
said.
Brand said here. Children are generally closer to God, and it made me think of the verse about having faith like a child.
Right.
And there's a quote which I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a quote in a show I was watching, and it said something about how um, you know children children know so many big truths, but as adults we forget.
Well,
It's
they're
something along
innocent.
those lines.
They're
Yeah,
innocent and they're
they're
pure.
more open, I think, to they don't have all these other narratives that are pulling them one way or another. They just see what's right in front of them. And sometimes I
Right.
think we look past what's right in front of us.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Thank you, Anti.
And we have to be very careful what we say, and not only just what we say, what we do in front of them. So
Hmm.
a few weeks ago, we were out somewhere, and we just went, have a meal somewhere, and then I put 16th in his seat, and my daughter was sitting in the car like next to him. And I just, before I got in the car, I just wanted to take like a couple of puffs because I just had a good meal. And I was like, man, I just want to have a few puffs before I get in the car and I hear the yelling and everything, and then I'm going to miss my nicotine. So I'm just standing outside. I'm just doing this. And then I see inside, and 16th was looking at me, and he was shaking his head. And the reason he was shaking his head is because one day he came here, and this was just, lying over there, and he tried to touch this, and I said no, no, and I shook my head that no, don't touch this, right? So
Hmm.
when he saw me using the same vape and vaping, he just looked at me and he was doing no, no, don't do it.
Right. Yeah. Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I was like, actions speak
What
I,
you
louder than
looking
words
at,
in that.
little 16?
I've been watching
Probably
you, Dad. Yeah.
the
I've been
best
watching you,
example
Dad.
is a kid riding a bicycle. When a little kid first rides a bicycle and they fall down, and I've seen this with my very own eyes, so yes, this is 100% true. Depending on the reaction, when they hit the ground, they're going to make eye contact. And the
Yep.
expression you have on your face is
Hmm.
what's going to be either this, like, I'm totally destroyed,
Yep.
or, that's nothing. I'm getting back on the bike. And it,
I'd
and so
always
it's,
do the you're okay, like the change from like the you have to like switch from the real reaction to the no, it's fine.
that savior
Yeah.
swoop there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I used to do that, Indy, with my daughter,
Hey,
right? And
Bonnie.
my daughter once she fell down or something, she got hurt, and I was doing the same
Hmm.
thing. I was like clapping, and I'm like, "Yeah, you're fine, you're fine." And
Yeah.
she was at that age. I think she was 6 years old. Something. She just looks at me. She's like, "I'm not fine," and then she just starts crying. I'm like, "All right, I'm like, all right, all right." I
you,
back off.
you are lying. I am not
We're all
fine.
like,
Yeah.
Evening,
Well,
Miss
like I
Bonnie.
said, My daughter just turned 5, and I could already see her saying that. Like she's like 98% sugar, but the other part is all sass.
All says, "Oh my god."
She's a tough one. Bonnie, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Good
I think
evening,
you are.
Bonnie.
Rescue 15th in.
Uh,
And I'm sorry, sir, I don't know who you are.
oh, that's David. You know David. It's just cut off. His
David
name's cut off
Devine.
for some
Okay.
reason there. I don't know
Yes.
why.
Hi,
Yeah, I
Bonnie.
don't know why his is
And
cut off. It's weird.
Yeah.
I know it is.
May-
hi, y'all.
it's too long. Maybe I got the whole.
No,
whole.
it's cut in half.
Oh, in
Yeah.
half. Oh,
Yeah, it's
Oh.
like the whole thing
Here,
is
let me
cut in
try.
half.
Let me try if I like change the layouts
hi,
around or
Bonnie.
something. If it'll. Nope.
Put it,
I don't know.
switch out places with me and him.
Maybe it's that place.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's him.
I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I've noticed it other places too. I don't know. It's probably because I made it so long. But it's still in half, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
Hmm.
It's all right.
One
Well,
more
I'm
question.
David anyway.
Keep
Just
thinking about
calm
David.
down. Just calm
Yes.
Just calm down.
Good to
Yeah,
see
just
you,
calm
Yeah.
down.
Right.
Just calm down.
Doug says nothing like the look on our faces the first time a child says, "Oh shit."
Right.
Funny story about that, Doug. One day my daughter came back from school and she was just dying to tell me that she had just heard the 4-letter like F word, right? And I just kept like, she's just like, "Dad, I heard it. Dad, I heard it." And she was just itching to say it, right? And see my reaction. And I'm just like, I'm totally ignoring her. I'm like, yeah, I'm just like getting her ready for bed. So I just like, I'm not making eye contact or anything. She's just looking at me. And then while I put her in bed, she just looks at me. She says, "Fick." And because she had forgotten what the word was in her mind.
Yeah.
In her mind, it was
Yeah.
"fick." So she says
Fick.
"fick," and I was just like, "What the?" And then I was like, "That's a bad word. That's a bad word. Don't say it." I never corrected her. So for like a year or 2 years, she thought the F word was "fick."
That's perfect.
But then
I remember that.
recently she learned it. So yeah.
My
Now I'm
daughter
like,
was.
I gotta put a fake one in there. I need to plant one of those. And like,
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna use. Fick from now on. From now on, 15. I'm gonna use it. When my daughter was young, we were watching American Idol, and she was probably 5, and they voted off her favorite, and she just turned to me and she said, she just exploded. And I never heard her swear or get mad at all. She said, "I hate this fickin' show," and she said it right and everything. And I was like, "Don't
Yeah.
tell your mom that. Do not tell your mom that." And I didn't ask where she learned it because I think I know,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
man.
don't
But
forget
Fick,
it.
I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that now. Fick.
Well,
Yeah, I used that. I
I
used that
still
for a
laugh
long
and
time.
say most of these kids have road rage before they even get a driver's license because they're just sitting in the back seat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, that I'm a little guilty of. I don't like go too crazy, but I definitely like yell at other drivers.
Yeah, I do as well.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Hey, Beaver Valley, thanks for being here.
What's up,
And a
Beaver?
widow's diary. It was good to see you. I saw you in here earlier, but I didn't get to say hi. Yankee. Is that's the word in German?
Oh, that is the word.
Oh, it is. Oh wow.
Good to see you, Chuck.
I'm not gonna tell her, otherwise she's gonna say, "Oh, see, Dad, I know another language." I'm
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Hey, is Texas Psycho Billy here? I missed you if you are. Good to see you.
Fudge sickle. Gigi says
Yep.
fudge sickle.
Frank says he's freaking
Yeah.
tired.
Frank's fickin' tired.
Yeah.
It's been a fickin' long day, Frank.
Mhm.
It has been.
That's what we
Yeah.
usually say is "oh, fudge."
Fudge, yeah.
Fudge.
Yeah.
What was it? The Incredible Mr. Fox. I never read those books, but I saw the movie a while back, and he says, "What the cuss?" And whenever there's a cuss word, he just replaces it with cuss.
What the
I
cuss?
like that one. What the cuss?
That's good.
Oh, cuss. Yeah. It's pretty funny watching it though. Right?
What the cuss? I like that too.
Yeah, I do too. But that's not what rolls off the tongue in the moment when you.
No, No. No.
It's the
When you're
mother
not.
cluckers.
Yeah.
All right, Indy, I'm gonna drop off. I gotta get ready for bed. It's very nice hanging
Yeah.
out with all of you.
Thanks so much for
Bonnie,
coming up.
Rescue, David. Very
Thank you,
nice meeting
15.
you guys.
Yeah, nice meeting you, and thanks for sharing that, man. That was awesome. Very
Oh, of
nice.
course.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah, if
for
you're not
listening.
subbed to 15th, please go, sub up his channel. I think most of us probably are. Everybody who's heard you is probably subbed
Yes.
by now, 15th, but
Mhm.
maybe we'll get some people that have are stragglers.
Right. Thank you very
Later,
much.
15.
All right,
Make
have
it
a
a
All
good
good
right,
night.
night,
have a
bud.
good night.
Take care. Have a good night.
Good
Bye,
night,
15th.
Mother Flower.
Yeah.
Mother Flower. All right, I like that.
Yeah.
We'll see if any of these roll out when you're not calm. Mother Flower.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, or Frick, or if I can remember that. Fudge sickles.
Oh, yeah, did he learn that from you, Doug, when he was benched? Yeah, that'll happen in sports. Kim, I don't know if you're saying good night, like have a good night, or good night like you're taking off, but I think it might be good night like you're taking off. So have a
Night,
good
Kims.
night and rest well. Mother flower, yeah, I see that. That's great. Thanks, William. Yeah, I saw that too, Anti. Hey, Monique. Good to see
Hey,
you.
what's up, Monique? There's my little maple leaf.
I love that. So what else is going on with everybody? Anybody have anything they want to share that's like a positive going on in your life these
Oh,
days?
let's see.
Well, I got a positive that I found out today that I wasn't aware of, but I'm sure it's because I know that the three-letter word it refers to everybody always hates to hear about because everybody. But my tax, I actually found out my taxes. I can probably just get them all wiped off. I don't know that I will, but I can. I didn't realize that in Texas. But with my disability and VA,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if that's just county thing in my state, but I didn't. The lady's the one that told me whenever I called about my appointment tomorrow, and she's like, "Oh, well, you ought to just get a letter from the VA, and then that right there, if I'm not mistaken, I think that takes it all off." And I was like, "Oh," I'm like, "I just can't do that.
Nice.
I like them
Well,
digging
Yeah.
out my ditches, and I like my gravel roads being leveled, so I'm cool with it."
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Plus,
sure
I
they
just
can still do that.
Well, see,
So,
Texas is pretty cool. I don't know how many other states, but it's like in Texas, if you join the service, any branch from Texas, then basically you can go to college, your kid can go to college, your grandkid can go to college. So
Mm-hmm.
because the
Wow.
way Texas does it. So I don't know if
Hmm.
that's in other states, but I know that it was like when my son wanted to go, that was if I wanted to go and sign that up, then bam, because I signed up from Texas. Then thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great. Hang on one second. Frank, thank you for being here. I know you've had a long day, and I hope that you have a good night. Always love you. D-Dog, good to see you. And he says, my girlfriend back about 15 years ago went shopping with her daughter, and they left me with her 5-year-old son. So I taught him to stamp his foot and say damn it when he wanted something. Oh, no, D-Dog.
Yes,
oh wow.
he is.
That's a good way. That's a good way to get out of babysitting.
Well,
95 in
yeah.
the future.
There goes your help, big dog.
I did got the homestead, Chuck. So I got the homestead. I've had that
Abe,
homestead.
good to see you. Glad you're here. Yeah.
So you could take all the taxes out now, rescue. You could just
If I
not pay them, maybe.
well, they get what is the word absolved.
Oh, I got
Hmm.
you. Right.
So
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
just absorbed. If I which okay, so it's because it's in stages. It's like if everything was just like hunky dory normal, then I would be here. Well, because I got disability, my Social Security disability, then that drops me a lot down already. Just the way Texas does things. And then with my veteran stuff, then I can take that and then that'll negate.
Wow.
That's
But
great.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, I
probably not
think.
going to choose that option myself.
Hmm.
And
But
can you
I
go agriculture with your chickens?
Ma'am?
Can you go agriculture with your chickens also? Because
Probably. But see, I don't know if that throws you then like under the radar of other things, because then
true.
you know,
Hmm.
I just
We're
assume
just
not be
going with the
looked at
flow,
as much as
Monique.
possible. Yep, with the
Right.
flow, with the flow.
Yep.
Right.
Things they
Hey,
don't need
Wingnut.
to know.
What was that, Bonnie?
Things they don't need to know.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Wingnut,
Yeah,
good to see you.
I thought that was pretty cool whenever I found out about the vet stuff. I was like, oh wow.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
Abe, I
good
would
that,
love to have you come up anytime you want to. That'd be great. Go ahead,
it's
Yeah,
good,
that
Bonnie.
is cool. I'm sorry. Yeah,
good
go
that
ahead,
they're
Bonnie.
doing something for the vets.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I think they should do a whole lot more, but
Yeah, no
that's
doubt about
just
that.
me.
Night,
Mm-hmm.
Gigi.
Good night, Gigi. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
What's up, Wingnut?
Wingnut, what's up? I haven't seen Wingnut in a minute.
Yeah, he's been doing a little bit more live. Well, I think more. I've been getting more notifications, but it's been good to see. I always like coming over to your channel, Wingnut, and hanging out. And then there's a couple through Wingnut I had met a while back, like a whole bunch of the UK community, and I haven't been in touch with them as much, so it's been kind of fun to get back over and tied into some of them again too.
Right on.
A lot of I like a lot of outspoken people, people talking about all this stuff and sharing opinions and not afraid to get into the nitty gritty,
Right.
Um, Hawk put one out earlier, and I put it on my community page, the link to it. If anyone
Mhm.
wants to check it out.
What was this about?
Something said at a meeting between countries recently
Mm.
by our
Are you
person
talking
up there.
talking about the dude that's you talking about that little clip as far as he sold the state secrets
Yes,
when
that's
they were
it.
at the table?
Oh,
Yes.
from our potato son, is that what you're talking about?
No, Biden does it. I think it's what some is it India? I don't know. There's quite a few of them sitting on this side of the table on both sides of him, and then there's actually people on the other side of the table.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
And it's a good long. I want to say what I bet there's probably about 16 to 20 people at that table. But he
Yeah.
sits there and he babbles out some stuff about dang, what was it he says before that? But then they end the clip right there is the clip that I've seen. It just stopped right after he's finished that sentence, so I didn't see the whole. But yeah, he apparently makes some babbling statement along those lines.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Matter of fact,
Yeah, I'll have
those
to check
I
that
exact
out.
words, those exact words came out. I sold
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that
state.
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, it was those words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out.
But I got
Thanks,
okay. So
Bonnie.
check this out because I'll kind of hand in hand with that because so I caught a clip of Tim Pool where him and there was a lady from I think the is it the Majority Report or Minority Report? Majority Report. I think it's called the Majority Report. Anyway, dude, I was like, we talk about the people that are like asleep, that haven't woke up, but then you actually listen to even that side, and son, they are like it's almost like programmed city.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
like all of the area I live.
He brought up like Tim brought up the whole Crane stuff and that whole you either fire the prosecutor or else you don't get the money.
Right.
This lady's sitting there going, no, that hasn't been proven. It's like, and all of them in the room are looking at each other and looking at her going, that's like been played over and over again. He really did that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's crazy making is for a lot of us, I think that was out before the elections. I mean, a lot of that information was out there as soon as the laptop was turned in, you know?
Yep. Well,
That all
and
came out. And a lot more that still isn't talked about, you know?
well, she tried to narrow it down to a specific. She was
Okay.
getting specific game is what she did, and it came down to nobody has shown, like they haven't gotten to the part to where they showed where he benefited from that. So while we
Mm-hmm.
hear that statement and we know what it really means, they're painting the picture like, well, no, he actually has the right to do that,
Yeah.
because it was
Hey,
a deal,
Chuck.
and if he had Obama's okay, he could. So they're playing on that key thing is I forgot the technical word for it, but it has to do with like an impeachment and holding him accountable. And there's
Mm-hmm.
been no payback. He received no benefit from it. And I'm like, I don't know, man. You just give him a little bit more. They got a lot of bank records right now worth.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bran, for putting the details there in the chat. I guess I won't say
Yes.
them since everybody's avoiding it. I'll just leave it there for you to read, but
That,
thanks.
it gets really
He's correct.
painful, Rescue, to watch them defend everything that's going on. It gets
Oh,
painful. I
that's
mean,
what cracked
because
me up.
Mm-hmm.
At the
it,
end, Tim Pool is even doing this, going, I'm just not understanding this. The left is like totally backwards. It's like
right,
you're pro war,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
pro. What the
and
hell are
and
you
it's
doing?
like, well, and they're like, well, no, you don't have any proof. Yeah, we have it all on video. It's all on video. Wow,
Mm-hmm.
it's been, you just
Yeah.
can't. They just keep feeding into the to the nonsense. It's just
But,
painful to watch now at this point.
Hey, y'all.
I saw,
Yeah.
what's up, Chuck?
Oh, hey
I
Chuck,
saw
what's going on?
today, and
Yeah,
it said that
exactly, Clay.
Kamala is at negative 17% approval. The
Negative
worst
17%.
history. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
people prefer
well,
to have diarrhea compared to having her.
and
Mm-hmm.
that's a little, and actually, Bonnie, that's a little higher than I think it should be.
Right. But
But
Yeah,
funny how
it'll
it's 17,
it'll
right?
still work if enough people don't show up.
right. You're right. Yeah,
That's that's the scary part. I've heard different
Thank you,
theories on the
Tina.
avenues that they're taking, because some people have pointed out how it's amazing how they're letting a lot of these things out now. Now they're like letting him sit there where before you would hear, somebody interrupt him and then he'd go, oh, okay, no, I can't. I have to go on now. They don't do that here lately.
right.
They just let him go on with some stupid stuff, and it's almost like they're slowly pushing the sacrificial lamb out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's how I feel too. Exactly.
They want to get
If
rid
it,
of him.
it feels to me like they're trolling the people that are awake. The people that are truly awake are getting
Yeah.
trolled daily.
Yeah.
It feels like they're just trolling us.
I
They're just
think
trolling
it's
us.
almost like you
For
got
sure.
two parties, is what it is, and they think each one of them thinks that they're playing the other, but they're being used. You got like the old school crooked ass politician, the Hillary stuff, and you got that level. But then you have the little
Yeah.
Antifa, BLM, the ones that are really hardcore with the trans stuff, that off the wall stuff. And so
Yeah.
they think, well, we're doing it for, and it's like, you guys are going to implode.
Yeah.
Good night, Widow's Diary. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. If you
They
ever
were
want to come up on
helping.
panel, let me know.
Good night, poet.
I think some of it reflects with, like, what was that one Virginia guy's mansion? See, that was a trickle of it, because some of them are just kind of, it's like, well, look, I was left, but you guys aren't here no more. You're way over there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Brand said it, they're elder abuse, but I'd almost be willing to say, no, you have to see how old the person wearing the mask is.
Yeah. That's another level. I mean, that's just another level
Yeah.
of all this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. He probably not even aware of half the stuff he signs, and stuff he signs, he thinks it's one thing and it's another. It's something else.
Trip to the ice cream store.
Well,
Well,
'cause
I saw one of them that it didn't even have, he looked like he was signing, but there was nothing there. Did you see that one?
Mhm.
It
I
was
haven't
in,
seen that one. They're just going to CGI it in later.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just CGI signatures.
while we got him there, go ahead and get another shot that we'll be able to use later. Okay.
Right? Yeah. Hey,
Maybe
Dragon,
maybe
good
they're
to see
using
you.
maybe they're using invisible ink. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you sign with the right end of the pen might help.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Enjoy your dinner, Doug.
If it wasn't
Yeah,
a crayon, it
William.
would work better.
Yeah.
I'm in the Seattle area, and I still see people almost every time I go out. I see at least one person driving by themselves in their car with their mask on.
Oh gosh.
Usually it's under their chin, but it's still on. Like
Yes.
that's even more ridiculous.
We still
Like,
get a
See
few
'em.
around here, even in the woods. She can go. We'll go to Walmart, and I can be sitting in the car, and if she goes in long enough, sure enough, oh, there'll be one that walks across, and there's the mess. And I'm like, man, see,
mhm.
don't you start feeling really weird that like out of like 500 people, you're the only one? Doesn't that really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give 'em a thumbs up and shake my head.
Yeah.
Usually the only ones I see around here are um, really elderly and probably have health issues anyway.
Right.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
little, I mean, that's a little different. I do try to keep in mind that people could have them on
Yeah.
for legitimate reasons, but I think now with everything we know, it's like they're not really that effective. Or,
And
I mean, definitely not for what people are wearing them for COVID, but in general, even.
that's true. And with the fire smoke, I kept saying, maybe it would be a good idea to wear a mask
Hmm.
because of the air quality being so bad, but I don't even think a mask helps with that.
No, not really.
No. I
Yeah.
remember when it all started. I remember somebody I knew was making them, and they're like, "You want me to make you one?" And I was like, "No,
Now, I will
no."
say
And they were completely offended that I wouldn't take their made
they do work.
thing.
Like if you're worried about poison ivy type stuff and burning that, they work for that because that's a oil. It's the oil fumes, so that
Yeah.
base then
Right.
that
Yeah.
molecule becomes thicker and that'll catch it.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the
That
actual
makes sense.
particulates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question, Apple Dumpling. If who leaked it out, if that really happened, if that video is legit, then who put it out there?
well, and that's the scary part because you don't know what is an intentional drop that they just kind of want to just like cause a little here, yeah, look at that and get distracted, or is that somebody that slowly reaches a level going, man, they're getting crazier by the week. And so they start to kind of try to release going, just so y'all can see what's going on. It's kind of, you don't know which way to take it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Garrett, thanks for being here. Yeah, exactly.
I kind of miss the arrows in the aisles where I walk down the wrong way, and then when they say something, I start coughing and clear the whole aisle out.
And
I think that might still work, Chuck. I think it's still working. People are still a little nervous when you
Yeah, you
give
can
a
get in
little.
line if there's like 5 people in front of you. Cough a couple times makes people
Yeah.
realize they forgot stuff in the store.
my dude, they
Yeah.
never even addressed the stuff that was all in the store. It's like that people were so worried going in their mask, and it's like, well, you're going and getting the same can of beans and shit right off the shelf. So what's the difference?
uh,
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
Hey,
put it in
Ghost,
your
thanks
car,
for
or
coming
it's like,
by.
well, I don't even get out. I'm just going to pull up, and it's like, oh, so you got people just putting shit in the trunk of your car that you take home and stick in your fridge. I wonder how you get
yeah.
sick.
Hmm.
And then when they had
Yeah.
coffee and drinks in there, they go over and get one of them, make it, and start moving their mask to drink it. I'm like, oh, the germs don't collect on that cup or the straw or the.
But do you think, I mean, obviously those people still wearing them like that, it hasn't gotten through to them yet. But do you think that most people who
What's
were
up,
wearing
Ghost?
masks this whole time are now coming to the realization that they were pointless? I mean, I don't know.
Some, because I
No.
will say
Yeah.
that's the one thing that chick that I was talking about at Tim Pool. See, they talked about
Hmm.
the deals. And son, she came off with the same rhetoric like you would have thought we were back at day one with those things. It's like, no, 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 they work. I mean, they
Yeah.
prevent. And it's like, I'm sorry, anybody in their right mind knows nowadays that didn't prevent shit.
Yeah.
Indy, I had somebody actually tell me I was right the other day,
Woohoo.
Hell
like
yeah.
from back 3 years ago, that hasn't talked to
Yeah.
me for 3 years, and they said,
I
you know,
love
you're
that.
right, and I was like, oh no, oh no.
Mhm.
No, I'm not accepting it. No, I just said it jokingly, but they actually did. They actually came to the realization that they were probably fed it wrong information.
That's amazing. I've had two people come forward so far. Same situation. They hadn't really talked with me in the last few years and came forward and apologized and said that basically just said they were wrong. And
Yeah.
I mean that's hard to do, So
Yeah.
I hope more people will come forward. Apple Dumpling, I think you're making some excellent points here too. Even if you're sick, it's not the right time to be wearing masks off and out like that, because then you're just not getting the oxygen you need, and you're getting all the stuff you're expelling from your body right there in your face.
Yes.
Well, that's
The
how
worst one.
I got so mad at the beginning of all that, because the first time I saw any professional that worked in any refinery, any medical, any first responder, any of those that backed that shit right there, and it pissed me off, because it's like, I'm sorry, I sat in
Yeah.
those stupid little classes, I had those same courses,
Oh,
got
Hey,
the
Mike.
same
oh,
recertifications,
that's right.
had to
Yeah.
wear that shit, and now you're telling me that all I had to do was put my shirt up over my face.
Yeah, that's right. I
Hmm.
forgot it. Oh, yeah. You've been to the classes. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it pissed me off. It's like, wait a minute, you know better. I know you know better.
the worst case
Yeah.
I saw was a guy and his dog in the car, and they both had them on. The the
With the
dog.
dog too.
Yeah, the dog had it
Poor
on.
dog.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, I
was like a
worked.
Mike,
Benji type dog. Yeah.
thank you for being here, Mike. It's good to see you.
Hey,
Yeah,
if you don't mind, Indy, I'm going to chime in real quick. A ghost.
uh-huh.
Kino put ghost link up,
Yeah.
and I just want to chime in, since I'm up here on a panel, and anybody that sees that link, that's ghostdesigns.shop. He made, like, we had a meetup in Missouri, and they've also had meetups in like North Carolina. Well, he's gotten to where he makes shirts. They're Gillidan shirts, good quality, and they average 25 to 30 bucks.
Thank
And
you, Dak.
anyway, he's got some of the channel creators here that some people might
Mhm.
know, and he's also got just some cool designs. It's like, I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. And he
He's
did,
Yeah,
been
I
on
like
your
that one.
channel. He's been on your channel, right? Rescue. I
yeah.
think
Oh,
I've seen him.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
I've
was
seen
up on
Ghost. Yeah.
mine too.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Ghost is
Okay.
someone that a lot of us have known for quite a while. And
Yeah.
he's just started up this business pretty recently, and it seems to be doing really well. And I've heard really good feedback about the products themselves. So we like to
Well,
Right
support
on.
people where we can.
Good.
Yeah,
and
check it out.
he's been handling business, and I don't know. I'm not throwing nobody's business out there. I'm just going to say what I know. But I know that he handles anything. So anybody that's ever dealt with him has been happy with him. I can say that. I've sat in the room and watched it. So, and anybody goes, hey, well, what about this? Sure, let me get that done. So reach out to him if you want to get a shirt done or something like that. It'd be pretty good, dude.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, the aprons. He just got to doing aprons.
Yeah.
So they got pockets.
Yeah, I heard about that for the Canimals. That's pretty cool. I like
Well,
that.
see, but they're up on the website, so you can order one. You can
Hmm.
get one. He's also, like I said, he's got some other shirts that just have random sayings on them. But hey, it's somebody local.
Hey,
Yes.
TT1, good to see you.
TT,
Glad you're here.
Coop
Yeah,
gang.
the link is pinned for anybody that wants to come up and join us tonight. Don't be shy. Come on up. You don't have to show your face on panel, just backstage before you come in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that looked like a fun time up there in Missouri.
Oh, that was a blast.
Yeah, there
Yep.
was a get together that a bunch of the prepping
Excuse me.
community did that
Yeah.
Rescue was able to be a part of.
My only regret was I should have drove up there and then like laid down and rested for about 6 or 7 hours, and then I would have been able to act like any other day. Instead, I got up that day. We packed everything. Next thing I know, I drove 12 hours, and I was just like, if it hadn't have been for, I had 10 pre-rolled, and about every hour and a half, it was just like, okay, all the way through. And then I was just excited. By the time I got there, I laughed and told her, going, I feel like mortal shit right now. Like I'm so lit up, like liquid lava's pouring down my back. But I feel like a kid that's going to the parking lot of Toys R Us. And it's like, oh, man. Because it was just kind of getting to meet everybody, and I knew everybody was going to be there. And that was just cool.
Yes.
I'm so glad you went, though. I know it was a little rough and, probably a learning experience, too. But I'm just glad you went and got to see everybody. That's great.
Oh, yeah. It was
Yeah.
cool. Man, and everybody was, so welcoming. Like, she loved it. She loved sitting around talking to everybody. Rudy, hell, everybody treated Rudy like
Yeah.
he was their own, so he got plenty of loving.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's the way it should be. I was watching Hutch's videos, and It looked like a good time.
I love Missouri. Missouri's beautiful, especially around Rolla.
Oh well, and yeah, the second night it was funny. Well, the third night for some of them, the second night for us. They got down and we cut the fan off we had in the tent. That shit got cut off, and then she was like, "Oh man, I don't know. I'm still a little nippy," and it's like, "Well, sorry, but we're quite a few hundred miles away from the next blanket."
Mm-hmm.
So we were just made do, but but it felt good. No mosquitoes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
apple
the
sounds like that. A lot of my people that are near me too. So I hear you.
Definitely, I'd do it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I'm still hoping sometime this summer. Summer's just getting started, but I really do hope we can have like a little Pacific Northwest get together. There's a few of us out here still living in commie West Coast. We
You
haven't
do.
fled
You
yet.
have several out there.
Yeah.
I keep hoping there be one in Texas. I know Nunya,
Mm-hmm.
Texas has done a couple, I
Oh,
think,
has
but
she? Yeah.
Yeah, Bonnie, he told us a bunch of us need to get together.
No problem, Wingnut.
yeah,
Thanks for being here.
I think
it's a long drive for me, but it would be worth it.
Nikki talked about trying to do one, and then she'd even talked about doing it like around here, around Lake Livingston. I don't know how far is that for you. I think
I'm
what
6
truck it's
hours from either one of y'all.
okay.
Yeah, I'm 6 hours from everybody.
I'm
You're
sure
about
you most
what
of all know.
5 or 6 hours too, Chuck?
Yeah, but I can get to Houston from here, and depending on what kind of nut I drive, like probably 3 or 4 hours. But
Oh, okay.
I'm doing
Yeah,
90 and
that's pretty
100 on them back roads. But
Oh well, hell, you can get to me then. I'm an hour and a half north of Houston, so
I
yeah,
agree completely, Jeff.
my daughter used to live with her husband in Sour Lake. I don't know if you know where that is, over by Beaumont.
oh yeah, I grew up over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Matter of fact, that's how when we cut through, we go cut through Honey Island and stuff over there, Honey Island and Sour Lake, going over into Beaumont. Yeah.
So when you guys were at the meetup, was it like very organized? Did you have a lot of like activities throughout the days or times to get together, or was it more
Nope.
like laid back? Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, I said this before too, and so I'll say it on yours so that way. So
Mm-hmm.
here's my take on it, because I've like watched and listened to like Hudson Valley and Grumpy and some of them, and Vision Preparedness. So you have meetups that are events. That's when you're going to go and have like an event, and it'll be like, okay, we're going to try to do medical between this time, we'll do planting or food, they'll canning. There's different stages, where this was more like everybody decided to go camping in the same campground, and it was kind of
Mm-hmm.
like, oh hey, what's up, oh hey, oh well, hell, I brought the pit, okay. And so then you ended up slowly, well, you had your tent set up. There was a couple of sites, like when Nikki and Jeremy got there, they set their shit all up, and you had Lady Smith set hers up, and then you had Backwoods and Hutch that had theirs together and had a big gathering, and you just kind of hang out. And I think Backwoods went fishing. Some people would go
Mm-hmm.
into town. I know I personally, in the middle of the day, made a awesome dispensary run. That was an awesome experience. Sucked. I live in Texas, but that was cool.
Yeah.
It was like, damn, man, that was like pulling up to Burger King or some shit. This is it.
Were you like
Starbucks.
overwhelmed by the possibilities?
Yeah.
Like Starbucks for cool people.
I know, right? I was, man.
I like that.
But yeah, everybody just kind of did their flow, and it's just like some might be standing over there and over here, and then next thing you know, it's kind of like channel hopping.
Mm-hmm.
It's it'd be like channel, only you're in real life, so you're just kind of standing there talking, and then you kind of go over and you see Nikki and Tiger and them talking, and then next thing you know, here's Milkmaid and Monique and Sophie, and then over here is Hutch and Backwoods, and
Mm-hmm.
it was like I said, that was like a big camp out, where some of those events though, so you just want to look at it when you go, because if it's an event one, well, then that's going to be like if you went to an amusement park. You know, that's kind of, if you're really going to make the rides, then you have this whole little schedule stuff you do. This was
Rescue,
more like just go chill.
Rescue, see if you remember this. It's like when you walk into there, it's like, what do you want? Well, I want a Granddaddy purple Girl Scout cookie sprinkled with some unicorn vomit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Where did they come from?
All them crazy terms they got for it.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that was actually the funny part is I didn't even get to go in because when we first went, I went twice. The first time I went, we go in, and that was kind of a chore because I didn't take my scooter up there. So I took my cane and I went in. I make it to this lady at the thing, and that's when I found out, oh, my license expired in April. Well, damn. Well, that's it. Can't go no farther. Can't do nothing. Well, there's another person that comes from the room over there. So this one takes your license to make sure, but then somebody comes from the back, and then they'll check your ID, and then they take you back there, and then that's where you went in for the shopping. Well, I couldn't. This salesperson standing there, and I'm like, damn. And so then she goes, well, your wife's license, she can. And so I said, oh, okay. So she did hers, and she goes, well, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. And she isn't, because this is like straight out the church pew. So I go, I just, well, I don't know. Okay, so I'll have to go Minecrafty because, yeah, this is the World Wide Web. So anyway, at Burger King, I just told her to get a half order of fries at Burger King is what I did. So, and well, she goes back there, and that dude even heard. I swear, if I could go punch somebody, it'd be that dude because he heard me say that. They go back in them doors. I end up sitting on this couch. And I will say I did enjoy the show because it was funny. You'd watch people walk in, and there'd be the regulars. And so there'd be just first name basis. Oh, yeah, here comes their favorite little salesperson. They go better. And then here comes them carrying the magic white envelope. And it's like, oh, check out all the white envelopes going by. And, well, she comes out. So we're like, oh, she goes, okay. Then we go out, get in the car, start going back. And so I open the envelope. Oh, man, this little shithead done talked her into a jar of gummies. And I was like, oh, my God. And she's like going, I'm sorry. And I go, it's not you. I said, but I got to tell you, if I could punch somebody right now in the face, it'd probably be that dude. And I said, he stood right there, 2 foot, and heard exactly what I said to you. So did that, made it through.
He was just upselling.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Then I found out that, oh, no, now that she is, we can just do this shit online, and then you can go to the drive-thru. And so that was the next one.
Now
I
you
just went
can-
on to the,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, okay, that one. Yep, there we go. Okay, we hit the window. Okay, thank you. I'm like, hell yeah, buddy, this is the shit.
And Wayne that says, yeah, you can tell your grandkids you remember back when you used to have to buy weed in shady neighborhoods with weird people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now if you do that, that's just for the organic stuff. It's not made with all the extra additives and all the other crap. I mean, really, if you know somebody, it's probably the safer bet.
Right.
So
Back when they actually did bring it over in a Burger King bag, yeah.
Right.
So Rescue, the question is, do you have a dad story about gummies now?
Yeah.
Oh, man, them
right.
things were weak as shit.
I got one of them
I was gonna ask too.
them 9 things here, and it was 500 mg, and I thought it was half, and it ended up being like 2/3 of it. And my subconscious and my reason got in an argument about an hour of the way through, and I just isolated myself. I wasn't paranoid. It was in my head, overanalyzing back and forth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been there.
Those things had nothing on me. It was so funny. I'll put it like this. Within an hour, I ate all 10 of them.
Oh my goodness.
There was 10 in that container, and I ate all 10 of them. And I'm going, what the hell, man? I said, see, and she's still going, I'm sorry. And I'm going, no, it's not you. I said, it's not you.
Are you sure that you didn't get like CBDs instead of THC or
No,
something?
no, because they have it, because up there, it's like all broken down. You can see it, and it was
Yeah.
like, it was 70% THC and 30% CBD. And the THC had a rating, I think it was supposed to have been like 24.8 or something. And then I forgot what the CBD one was. Because I'm going, no way, man. And so I'm going, so really? This is, who does this work on? I guess it's which I won't say that because it's probably normal people that might work. But I mean, I've kind of been doing this for a while, and this is just
I was
survival
just
mode. So
a
Mine was
newbie
that
like me.
mine was that Delta 9, and that stuff kicked my grill.
oh,
I'm like,
that's
I
supposed
was,
to be legal in here in Texas, isn't it?
yeah,
What is Delta 9?
it's synthetic, and it wasn't nothing like a weed buzz. It was this stuff was
Oh,
more of a
Hey,
hallucinogen.
D-Dog.
yeah. See, that's that fake
Oh,
shit.
Okay.
That's that
Yeah.
doctored up crap. The hell with all that
Well,
shit.
I know I've tried a few different, I don't go crazy in this head shop, so I kind of, find what I like and stick to it. But I have tried a few where they were pretty intense, and I feel like they made me feel like there's probably more to them than I really want there,
Right.
But anyway,
The
I
cat's
like
got
the
it.
effect.
My wife,
Didn't
my
that's the
wife,
reason I was having it.
my wife wakes up at 6:30 to get ready for work. I woke her up at 5:30. My eyes bugged out of my head, slobbering on myself to tell her it was
Bones mama.
5:30 that she had to wake up in an hour.
OMG, Bones mama.
Bones Mama! It's good to see you.
Hey,
I'm
Laura.
glad you're
Man,
here. It's good.
that's
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been too long. The link is pinned if you're able to come up at all.
and what's up, D-Dog?
What's up, D-Dog?
I did. I think he had to take a call.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
going to say I think a phone call.
Well, see, I
did.
wonder, you know what, as you were talking, Chuck, about that Delta 9. Okay, so you remember when they came out with that potpourri lookalike bullshit?
Yeah.
And after a little bit, then they shut them down. Well, I wonder if that's the shit that they're piggybacking off of. Since CBD became legal, then it's like, well, we'll just take that and we can go over the.
Yeah, who knows what they add to it? Probably embalming fluid and who knows what else.
Yeah, man. See, and that's too
This-
nerve wracking.
Yeah.
The way
Yeah,
I felt,
exactly.
it was closer to a mushroom
Hey, Snook.
experience than it was a weed experience.
Good to see
Girls
you, Snook.
told
Thanks for
me
being here.
they took all the deltas off the shelf here. Is what the girls told me.
That's a good thing.
I don't pay attention.
Well, there's supposed to be some bill. I need to look into that because in September it's supposed to come up. I think it was, and they were looking at legalizing it on a prescription thing. So it's like under the medical side,
The
you
medical.
could then get
Yes.
the medicinal if you were a patient that was choosing not to take opioids for your pain.
Yes.
So you could then choose not to, and you could choose the medicinal. And I'm like,
That's good.
pass
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah, and I saw the list that it covers, and it's quite a few things.
It's supposed to be a waiver too. If you're 2A, you have to sign that on there.
Oh,
I screwed that up a long time ago. So mine's, when that decision gets made, it'll just be what it is.
Yep.
I'll burn that bridge when I get to it.
What's up, Snooks?
Yeah, exactly. Nice product placement there.
Down to that, I'd rather be judged than carried.
That's it.
Yeah.
excuse me a moment.
That's that
Definitely
line
take 12
from-
over 6.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember the lyric exactly, but from God We Need You Now, something like, I'll pray for assistance to overcome our resistance or something like that. Or else I'll pray for forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every time.
Oh, Bones Mama
Okay.
says she's
Hey, Queen.
setting up her stream yard.
Oh, awesome. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
How many you got in? Indy, how many do you got?
28 right now
Hey,
watching.
what's up, Moose Man?
Yeah.
Hey, Moose.
What's up, brother?
Moose, good to see you.
Snook.
Yeah, I know I butchered the lyrics, but it is a great song.
Shorty. Son, that lady right there, she made a trip. Came all the way from California.
Who did?
Shorty, She,
Oh,
for the
okay.
Missouri meetup, she rode a bus all the way from
Oh, right
California.
on.
That's wanting to be somewhere to take a bus.
Right. No kidding. Right on.
Moose, it's always good to see you.
My brother-in-law, when he came down here from Cleveland years ago, said he got by somebody. They must have had DTs or something. He said about 3 hours into it, he got the guy to follow him in the bathroom, and he let him hit a joint. The guy calmed down and went to sleep.
That chilling effect.
Yeah. He goes, I broke out the bad shit because he goes, I couldn't take it. He was shaking so bad and just moving around. And
Take a chill pill.
Yeah, he needed to calm down for sure. Trip was an adventure, Shorty says. I bet.
Oh, and it was funny on the way back too. We were all kind of wondering how I was going to go because when we had the little naughty marauder, which that's the same as, I don't know if anybody's familiar with like Dirty Santa or
Mm-hmm.
you know, I think that's got another name, but we called it Naughty Marauder. But she won an axe, a hatchet,
Oh, cool.
so she actually had that with her on the wall all the way back. She just had
Oh,
the luggage in the
Oh,
bottom.
that's good. That's good. That's a great prize to win if you're going to ride a bus. I like that. I like that. The naughty marauder. The naughty marauder.
Yeah. I think that's like instead of Secret Santa or Bad
Yep.
Santa.
I
I
like
think
that.
it's the other one I've heard. Naughty
Yeah,
Santa.
Dirty Santa, Secret Santa.
Mm-hmm.
We called it the Naughty Marauder.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring that up tomorrow. Anybody want to do a naughty marauder?
There's some great gifts in there.
are you going to bring the rum, David?
Yeah, I'll bring it. Yeah. Ho ho, hi ho, yeah. I'm a pirate now.
Calm down, David.
Calm down. All right, calm down.
Calm down.
I'm starting to look forward to tomorrow now.
What was that on your show, David, the other night when somebody's talking about a pirate's favorite letter?
Oh yeah. Oh
With a
no, that
R,
was
and it's like, no, it's
Craig.
all about the sea.
Yeah, Craig. Yeah, Craig. That. Yeah. Mark. I think that was Mike from Long Island.
Yeah.
Mike from Long Island.
Good night, Doug. Much love to you. I'll talk with you soon, I bet.
Oh, Snooks would be the naughty marauder. Look at there. Oh, yeah. There's William refuses to calm down too. So.
Yep.
Bucking
The first time I heard you say naughty marauder, I'm going, that sounds as dirty as the Dirty Sanchez.
A naughty marauder is a dirty Sanchez with nasty fingers.
Oh no! Oh, no. All right. Ding, on to the next.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Charlie?
Charlie?
Good to see you.
Thanks for being
Dog
here.
choking on his drink.
Naughty marauder. I love that. I like it.
Or a Cleveland steamer that missed.
Yeah. Hey, there's a local band up here, Chuck, that's called the Cleveland Steamers. Yeah.
Where are you at?
Just a half hour south of Cleveland. Yeah.
I'm from Lake Erie, Avon Lake, Avon area, Lorraine up there.
Right on. Yeah. I was originally from Elyria, so right next door to you.
Yep, I was raised in Ridgeville, born in Prairie Park.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've heard you say Ohio before. I didn't realize you had been that close. Yeah.
Yeah, we probably
Good night, Ed.
bumped into each other. The old mining company bar that used to be in there.
Oh yeah. Where Peaches was, the record store, huh?
Yep, they had that big slide.
Yeah. I remember at one point they turned that place into like a haunted house, the mining company. Finally became a haunted house, like a haunted house / bar. So we played there a couple of times, like during the haunted house.
Nice.
Pretty weird. Pretty wild.
She's more of a naughty piratess.
Oh, okay.
I thought about you after the meetup too, David, because Monique and Sophie and Ohio Prepper, when they left, apparently they went through Uranus. And son, that the Uranus stuff started, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh man, I got an instant flashback.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we were stuck on that Uranus stuff for a couple
Right.
months. We
I
really
know
were.
it was.
Oh no, apple dumpling.
Not a Klingon, huh?
No. Well, my buddy Eddie, he finally went. He went and filmed there in Uranus. Yeah. Yeah, he went and made a Uranus video. Man, we were stuck on that though for a couple months.
Yep.
Uranus.
I remember Dave's talking about that. And there was another place. There was somewhere else that I saw that they were on another stream. They were talking about it too. Apparently, it's a pretty popular place, Uranus.
Yeah, Uranus. Yeah,
Here's an-
Uranus is popular. Yeah.
Here's an old one for you, David. In Elyria, was it 57 and Center Ridge Road, the old Red Barn Chicken? It was across from here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I know. I bring that up a lot, and I don't know when they took that out, but that was my favorite when I was a kid because my grandparents lived in Elyria, and that's where they always took us there. But I don't know when they took that out. Somewhere maybe in my teens or something, early 20s maybe.
It was
Because
like
a lot of people don't remember it, and I think it's a car lot now.
yeah,
They got good fudge
Oh,
snacks.
Jesus
Just so you
Christ.
know.
Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. That was good though, Chuck, wasn't it? The Red Barn.
Yep. Coastline.
I know Yeah, it was great. I know the building's still there. I don't know if it's another restaurant now or a car lot. It's one or the other.
There's supposedly like one or two left somewhere in the United States, are like way away from each other. People bought out the recipes, and
Yeah. Oh, that was good stuff. That was
That was-
really good stuff.
that was 100 years ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, my grandparents used to take us down there all the time. And right next door was at that time Stang Motors. That's where my grandpa worked.
Yep,
Hey,
I
come on.
remember it.
Yeah.
Ponderosa Steakhouse, a little ways down from it.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, Elyria really went south. You know? So I don't.
Elyria, it's a riot.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Literally.
Bones Mama, I see you backstage. If you want to turn off your camera, you can. If you want to keep it on, you can. I'm just giving you a chance. I don't put you on here if you don't want to be on here.
Thanks, Anton.
But we
Okay.
Throwing that
we
out.
you
I'm trying to see
Hey.
if I can put an avatar.
Yeah, you look gorgeous.
Hey, hold on. I'm struggling.
I'm glad you came
Can
up.
you hear me? I
Yes,
was
ma'am.
trying to put an
I can hear you just
avatar on
fine.
there, but I know I haven't talked to you guys in forever.
How have you
Let me
been?
put my other ear pod in.
Oh, we are. I was going to say there's a little bit of an echo, but it's really faint.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that.
Yeah.
How long did you move out of Ohio, Chuck? How long ago?
77, I think.
Oh wow. Okay. Right on.
78. And then we moved back in
Oh.
82, 83, and I met my wife. We got married up there. My parents decided to come back to Shreveport, Louisiana, and my wife, they asked her if we wanted to move down there, if they found a big enough place, until we decided to get our own, and we moved. We followed them down.
Right on.
And I met my wife. We got married.
Yeah, Bones Mama, I think, do you have something playing? Like, is the YouTube video playing on your side? If it is, you want to pause it or mute it.
Actually, it's on the TV. So hold on. It's on the
Oh
big
yeah,
TV.
that's what it is. We're just
Look at you
hearing
guys.
it.
You guys are on the big screen. All right, hold on.
We
Yeah,
was
I'm gonna
big
mute you for just
time.
a second. There we go.
We were on TV, boys
That's it.
and girls.
Right?
That was our moment of glory.
I know it. We were famous for 1 second.
What?
I still feel like I accomplished more than Biden.
You have.
You can walk up steps.
I don't know.
You have.
He's accomplished
You
a
have.
lot. It's just not a lot of
Rescue,
good.
you have. Yeah. You definitely have rescue. There's no doubt.
Right, Brian?
So how you been, Bones Mom? Everything been good?
Oh, hold on one second. I think
You want me to lie? You know, I'm not good at lying. So no, it's pretty much
Don't lie.
just buckets of shit. You know, shit upon shit upon shit.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure everybody's got buckets of shit in their life, though. So you know, it is
Still
what it
making it.
is.
Oh, thank you, Snooks.
Every
So
day.
anything,
What's up, Van Life?
anything specific, Bones Mama, you want to share about that's going
Every
on, or
day.
anything
There, put
specific
both
we
of
can
them
be
on.
praying for? They're TV stars.
Have a good one, LL.
Good to
I
see you,
came in
LL.
like praying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to fix this.
Hey, Connie.
I haven't used StreamYard on my phone. This is the first time, so I'm not real sure.
Yeah, it's kind of a different animal altogether on the phone
Yeah.
from the
Yeah,
computer.
it's like a Rubik's Cube without the sticker.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just like looking at it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I
Van
barely
says
just
he's
figured
following
it
you
out
around,
on a
David.
desktop, so it's weird.
Yeah. Hey, Dakota. It's easier. I think it's a lot easier on the desktop for StreamYards. But
Dakota?
a lot of things I do on my phone. I'm
For
in
sure.
chat all the
This
time on my
is
phone, or
weird.
like in Discord on my phone. Yeah.
Yes.
I know, man. I don't know how y'all do that.
Good to
on
see you,
the phone.
Dakota.
There's chat.
TT1
Okay, now I
does
can
that,
see
all that
chat.
stuff on his
All right,
phone
cool.
too. I'm like, oh, I
Mhm.
can't.
I remember when I switched from streaming with
Yeah,
the
down at the
iPad to
bottom.
the
At
computer.
the bottom it says chat.
I couldn't believe all the things StreamYard actually did that were hidden on the iPad.
I forgot how to use a desktop because I've gotten so used to my phone.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of how I feel. I'm just
So,
really
yeah, that
slow
Fun
on the desktop.
trying to remember how. Yeah, and I've only used it to stream like other live streams. I don't really put my my mug out there too much. I put more stuff on Rumble now than anything, mainly.
Mm-hmm.
Indy, do you see your twin?
So
What was that?
Look down.
What am I looking at?
Oh,
Two of you.
Oh, what?
yeah, there are two of you.
I didn't even see. You know what's funny is that for some reason all the icons had gotten highlighted, so I didn't even see it. It was just a block of blue. D-Dog, you're funny.
Yeah, I can't see I don't know the screen that I'm looking at over there. Here.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
Yeah,
no,
because
there
you're
it is.
looking
I
at
found
it.
See?
Okay.
I had the chat on, so I'm looking at chat on my phone. All right, well, this is different. I'm sorry, I'm learning. Y'all just keep talking.
That's
I done messed
okay.
up your whole flow.
that's all good.
That's what I missed
I was
up
trying.
because going back to chat to the panel, sometimes don't ever hit the back button. That's all.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Good night, Monique. Thanks for coming over.
Noted.
Night, Monique.
You guys just caught me
D-Dog
trying
just
to learn
spoke
how to read the Bible.
Well, that's a good thing to be learning how to do. I think we're always trying to learn how to read the Bible, aren't we?
Learn how to read the Bible? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. I got sticky notes and I don't know what chapter to start. I have no idea.
You know, you just
I kind of use it
open
like a magic 8-ball.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Close your eyes and
That's
just
what I do.
say a prayer, open it up, and
That's what
start
I
reading.
do. That's what I've been doing. Like I magic 8-ball, and I'm like, God, is that blasphemy? I'm not sure, but He knows me, so I'm sure that He's not taking it in a offensive way.
No.
Exactly.
And a lot of times, that's where you'll get the message you need for the day. It's just randomly
That's why I
open
did
it
it.
up.
Yeah, it was just kind of a last resort over the last. I've never read a Bible since the last year or so, maybe. Manny, I don't remember when I started, but I told you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But before that, I had never opened it. I don't not believe in God, but I just, I believe in God in my mind.
Yeah.
Which I guess doesn't really count now that I'm reading the Bible. I got to do a little bit more than that.
Read it till a verse talks to you.
Yeah.
I think as far as like a good place to start, I think the Gospels are always a good place, to go into. Matthew is probably my favorite, and just being able to go through and read, kind of read through the story of Jesus' life. I get a lot out of it. But I think really, it's a living
Matthew.
word. So, the Holy Spirit's going to talk to you and give you the message you need when you need it,
Mm-hmm. Well, when I opened
Mm-hmm.
it just went to Proverbs, so that's where I was reading.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. Just trying. Seeing
Mm-hmm.
what it's about. I blinged it up. I
Yeah.
hope that's okay. I'm pretty sure that's fine, right?
I love that you blinged it up. That's great.
Stickers.
They have some Bibles you can get now that are like almost like coloring books. They have coloring pages in them, which I think is kind of cool. Whatever works for you. You know what?
Right. Quits did that, so I was like,
We've-
oh, I want a blingy Bible.
I love it. That's great.
Nice,
I need to
like
get
little
Quits over here. You know
pockets.
what we need to do? We should do like a panel with us in it sometime, just like a, I don't know, old school girls' night.
Right.
We're getting some suggestions. So start with the New
OGs.
Testament. Yeah. Isaiah, Leviticus, Karen seconds Matthew. Hey, CT, good to see you. Romans.
Okay. Oh gosh.
Ephesians.
Ooh,
I want to
Bran
find
says
that. Didn't know
reading
they
through
put that in there.
Proverbs. Proverbs is a great starter. Yep.
I want to look up here
Psalms.
at the chat. Yeah, that's where I started.
Mm-hmm.
Got pictures
Yeah,
in here. I just found Cody's
I've still
picture.
not. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's not the
That's
best
sweet.
thing though. This is the results of random acts of violence. That's where they take you.
I can't see it. Should I put it up big screen?
I don't know. Maybe I have my like
Do you want to?
emergency.
Do you want to share a little bit, Bones Mama, about your story?
I don't know.
Not to put you on the spot. If you don't. I'm just saying if you feel like talking.
I wouldn't know where to start. If I start, I wouldn't stop. Probably,
Mm-hmm.
Well, for those who don't know, Cody was our eldest son, and he was a victim of a random act of violence. So it's September 2021, and he was in ICU for 3 weeks, and we were hopeful, of course. Everybody's hopeful. And they just, it so often crosses my mind that they did not seem to let him come out of sedation. I've thought about it a lot over the last couple of years and all the other things that I've found out, about like organ harvesting and just how insidious everything kind of seems to be sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if I had just maybe brought him home, if I had just brought him home, maybe, But those are the
That's gotta
things
be
that I
so
think
hard.
all people who were in that situation, the maybes are what kills you. If I had just maybe
Yeah.
tried this or that. But he was in the ICU for 3 weeks, and eventually they, I guess, talked us more or less, that he wasn't going to come out of it, and it was only, he was gone, basically. But I don't know. I don't know if he was gone. I don't feel like he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And he was an organ donor, so I 20, what was he, 21, 22? He was a young guy, healthy. So I, sometimes just wonder if maybe that was
Played a
a
part in it.
possibility. Yeah, maybe I, if I had just brought him home, maybe, maybe after a little while he would have woke up.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
have
that's
to. I
kind of
can
deep. I'm sorry,
understand. I
you
mean, I
guys.
think no,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
good. We're
No
here to
Yeah, you're
talk
worries.
good.
about life. That's
Yeah.
we're here for each other.
Just thoughts.
Um,
Just thoughts.
yeah, I mean, I think, with everything that's happened in the last 3 years, I feel like, that is a huge factor for a lot of people is what can we trust now in our major establishments, like in medicine,
It's
Um,
very
and
hard.
yeah, I think, it's something probably a lot of people can relate to in one way, shape, or form, you know?
That's right.
So
It's
that's
scary.
one thing I've always loved
I
about you, Bones
just I
Mama, is
don't
that you,
trust them. I don't trust any of them.
hmm I like how you speak what's on your mind and on your heart. Yeah. Well, I know,
What?
you've
What do I do?
experienced. Oh, I said
Well, I feel like that's what we
like,
should just do. Ain't no time for
yeah,
you know, sugarcoating.
hmm yeah.
But yeah,
So how do you
I'm
handle
looking at
that
the
moving
chat on the
forward?
screen on the TV. I had to look up there more often.
Bones Mama, how do you handle that moving
You
forward?
don't
Like,
have any other
where have
option.
you
What do you
landed?
quit?
But where have you landed with like trusting medicine? Do you still go in, on a regular basis? Do you avoid it?
I go every 3 months because I have to have med checks every 3 months. And
hmm
so every time I go in there, I tell my doctor, I was like, hey, it's weird yet, right? Is it weird to you? Because it's been weird to me. It's normal. Because they still have like please wear a mask. And I tell them to please, I'm definitely not gonna. You could call the cops if you'd like. I don't mind going to jail because I won't do it. And you're not
Good for
going to
you.
discriminate me and I'm not leaving. So you're either going to see me or you're going to send me to jail. Either way, I'm going to win.
hmm
Well, it's not a law with it
Just
all
don't
narrowed down.
comply with this shit. It's stupid. It's
Yeah.
only control. And I refuse to. Amen. No, it's not. It's a suggestion.
Do not comply.
And I don't like people who abuse their authority. And therefore, I have a obligation to tell them
hmm
to eat a dick. That's where I go. Eat a dick and call the cops.
Consume a satchel of Richards.
Tis what it is.
Right.
There you go. And
Yeah.
gobble a Jimmy.
No,
So yeah, I know I'm just going through all these little pockets that I pasted in here like a
I
weirdo.
like that you have them in your Bible. I think
This
that makes a lot of sense.
yeah. I don't know if
hmm
you guys can see this one. This is so weird, right? This is lame. I'm so weird. I'm such a weirdo. I hope you know that, man. I'm like the weirdest person.
We're all
My
weirdos. You're
son
in
was
good company.
he was targeted because he was white and he didn't know the area, which is it's life these days, and he just didn't know that he should be careful. And I want to show you a picture of his friend. So I'm gonna point this down and see if you can see it, and then I'll look up the screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, a little
Maybe.
bit.
I'm waiting for it to
Is
catch up on the TV so I could see if you could see it or not. All right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of black kids, man. Right?
That's your
Yeah.
son there. Yeah,
My
on the
kid
right,
wasn't
and
a
then.
racist. He loved everybody. We
hmm
didn't raise him that way. Yeah.
hmm
Yeah. I mean, those are his homies. And just to have like the fact that somebody hurt him because he was white, just like it kills me. Like it kills my soul
hmm
because I don't hate that person. I hate what was put into their minds to believe that we are enemies because we're not.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you know this, but that's what they're pushing. The people who are behind everything going on, that's what they're pushing is that
Hmm.
division in every way, shape, and form.
They
And
need it.
there are real consequences for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was one of them. And they don't, his life means nothing to them. But
Mhm.
I don't know. Hopefully it'll mean something someday. It won't be in vain.
Well, I know, you've
But
already made some choices that have kept his legacy going, which I think is pretty amazing.
Trying. But yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
even come
Good
in here
night,
and piss on
Bree.
everybody's Cheerios. God, right?
Ah, you're all
Petty
good.
bummer.
All good.
You're good.
Yeah, all good for sure.
Hey,
Yeah.
Garfield. Yeah.
Thank you,
Try not
Kino.
to sit. I sit in the dark, and I'm trying not to do that. Sorry.
Good night, Abe. Thanks for being here.
I find a weird light here somewhere. Anywho, y'all go ahead. I'm just gonna. Good night, y'all. I can't see you, but I'm trying to keep
If
up
you
on
go
the
to
TV,
the,
but I was talking and not paying attention.
oh yeah, there you go. I was gonna say if you go to the where it says comments on your phone, but
Yeah.
it might knock you out. So
Go ahead.
then you can see the chat. They call it comments on StreamYard, but then you can't see see the screen.
Oh, okay. But then I can't see your.
What can
You're
you see?
so cool. Your little emoji person. Okay. Okay. Now I can see the chat.
Right?
But now you guys are just gonna look at me read. Now I'm just gonna be reading.
Well, you can do the chat. Do the chat on the TV.
Mhm.
It's dark.
Oh, is it?
But yeah, I got it.
That
though.
was
There
one
it
of my
is.
favorite verse, and the other verse that's my favorite is Jesus wept.
Yeah.
I just found a cool one that I hadn't heard before. Let me get that bad boy back out. Manny, I'm sorry. Just tell me to shush. I get to talking.
I'll just mute you every once in a while, Bones Bomber.
There you go. Do it. Do it. That's okay. I talk to myself all day. Like I am my best homie and I have the best advice, so I'm just constantly talking to myself.
There you go.
Well, I have you up here. I have to ask, how's little man doing?
Oh, I think he's gonna go through. I think he's going through puberty because he's pissy as heck. Ugh,
Yeah, he's about that age.
so mean. Such a bully. I don't want him to hear me. I'm looking like, I'm not talking about you.
That's what you call having a menstruation.
Oh man,
Menstruation.
it's a blasty. I mean, is it normal? I think it's normal. I think it's fairly normal or common for a mom or dad to want to just punch their kid in the head once a week. But I don't do it. But the thought's there,
What is it? Oh, flick.
I grew up in fear.
Yeah, oh, flick.
In fear. Yeah.
What's up, Twisted?
Flick.
Hey, Twisted. Good to
I
see
got
you.
spankings.
Glad you're here.
Twisted.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that? Let me find that. Hey, have you guys heard about this RH negative thing being oh God, what the heck did they call it? Not conspiracy. I get into so many conspiracies. I didn't choose the conspiracy life. The conspiracy life chose me.
Right. Yeah, that's how
I'm
it
trying
goes,
to
I think.
for real. I
Talking
don't
about the
even want to
alien?
play conspiracy.
Talking about the alien part of it?
Yeah.
My wife
some
lived that. We live that.
Some people think that it's alien, but others think that it's demons or fallen angels, like the spawn of fallen angels. I mean, there's a lot of things that tie in with that.
I'm not a demon. I'm an angel.
My wife, all 3 of the 4 of our kids, she had to go through shots.
Yeah, I just saw my RH negative card in here. That's why that just popped into my mind.
Yeah.
I did one of those at-home blood tests before I knew that they collected everything about all of us all the time, and yikes.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for that.
Yeah.
That's
like all the 23andMe and all those things, and then
I know
yeah.
Yep, that's.
But also the test that's used when women are pregnant and they have the test to I don't remember what it's called. Do you remember the name, Bones Mama or Bonnie? But it's there's a test that they give really early on now. It's around 12 weeks, I think it is, or maybe even 10, where it's a blood test, but they basically, it's based in China. So it's taking all of your, it's pretty much every pregnant woman is encouraged to get it, and it's all that information is in China.
Looking at the comments. Oh, Redacted.
Mhm.
I love Redacted. That's one of my favorites. I like to watch
Yeah,
those
me
guys
too.
because they're real mellow and in the middle. I'm
Mhm.
trying so hard to stay in the middle.
They take David's advice and they're calm.
Yeah, nice and calm. Calm down.
Well, what do you guys think about, now that we know a little bit more information about this whole submarine thing? What do you guys think? What do we think that was all about? Yeah.
I got a little video for you if you want to see it, Indy.
What is it?
It's a guy a Chinese guy explaining the submarine and what they were blocking during it. It's nothing bad.
Sure.
I think
Yeah. Can you share the screen on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I don't know how well my connection is going to work for
threw
this.
it at you.
I think they intentionally kept it out that long just so that the tension was off the whole hunter thing.
Unless you want me to fire up OBS and I'll put it on mine and you make my screen big.
Oh, goodness.
No, that's okay. I'll add it in.
Hey,
how long
Indy,
is it?
Indy,
All week
guys,
I've
I'm
been
gonna slide
fascinated
down.
with this story.
Hold
Billionaire
on,
trapped in the bottom.
I'm gonna slide out and be in chat. I'm gonna wind it down, calm it down. So thanks for having me on, and nice talking with everybody.
Good seeing you,
David.
Thanks
for
seeing
coming
you.
up.
Later.
Thank you.
You just
Bye
need to
now.
calm down, bro.
Just calm down.
I'll work on it, brother. I'll work on it.
Have a good night, David. I'll see you in
Later,
chat.
dude.
Thank you.
Well, that's kind of cool. I didn't know that I could pause the video, but I can. That's pretty cool. Okay, can you go back to the? Oh, can I do that? I can do that. Yeah, I didn't know I could do that when it was
Titan. All week I've been fascinated with this story. Billionaire trapped in the bottom of the sea in search of the Titanic. It'll take 6 hours to get there and only 8 hours of oxygen. Suspense. Will they live? Will they die? Duped by the fucking media. Again. Monday, the Titan is missing. Tuesday, there's a banging sound. Wednesday, they're running out of air. Thursday, oh no, we found the wreckage. But the entire time, they knew it was BS. US Navy knew the sub already blew up on Sunday. But they distracted us, again, to hide the news cycle. What happened this week? Let's do a quick recap on what you missed. JP Morgan and Jeffrey Epstein emails were released. And now they have just mistakenly deleted 47 million emails. Joe Biden is undergoing an impeachment vote in the House, or at least trying. The Pentagon fat-fingered $6 billion to Ukraine. Hunter Biden gets a slap on the wrist while FBI whistleblowers are going missing. And John Durham had his congressional hearing this week regarding the Russia hoax. But I was so busy wondering about the billionaire who decided to go boating in a submersible soda can to miss the
That's what we missed last week.
Just last week.
Word.
I mean, do you remember when like any one of those things would be like the news, the whole news system for like a month or two? Like it would just, and now it's like 1 week. There's so much packed into it. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. Well, it's every week. It's the whole rhythm of the news cycle. It's literally chosen to paint a picture. So it's all of it. It's like you don't hear most of it out there with this thing. We said that a year ago. It's like you never hear of any of the good stuff happening.
Yeah, I was going to say, some people think that it's completely fake, that they never even went down there. And that, I don't know, what's that movie where it's like, who is John, what is it? John Galt, I think is the name.
Durham.
No,
she's talking about a movie. I don't know. I know OceanGate. OceanGate, the sub company, is real. They've done that several times. They actually, if you look at some of the backstory to the actual OceanGate, a lot of the documentation on the Titanic is actually footage that's been picked up where they've gone down on them. So they've been down there.
Is it
Personally,
true
what
that
I take it that they've been doing this. And like I've said before, when it comes to the trains, the planes, cars, maintenance of everything. Well, we went through COVID, and then they encouraged people not to work. Then they've changed the societal thinking. You don't have people hard workers. You don't have people that pay attention. Well, this is all your maintenance stuff. Well, this dude been doing this, and then it went into this little lull. And I guarantee you, nobody went to go check any of that. You can't take carbon fiber and piece together shit and go down to that depth numerous times without creating fractures in the body. That's why you have inspections. But he didn't want to get certified, because then you fall into all the regulations, all the OSHA shit and everything else. So that's why he dodged that.
Ducks, that's an awesome movie. Just a side note. Yeah, thank you, CT. It's called Atlas Shrugged. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he was into the DEI hiring, old 50-year-old white dudes are boring or whatever he said. I don't really remember exactly. So he didn't hire the best of the best, if you're hiring physical characteristics or attributes, you're not hiring people for their skill or knowledge.
Yep. It's an ideal.
Yeah.
And who went looking for them? 50-year-old white dudes.
But the amount that was all covered, almost, I don't know, I'm probably just too paranoid or something, but the amount of time that was spent in mainstream news covering that makes me wonder. We know it was a distraction to a lot of things going on, but if there were other layers to that as well,
Oh, well, I will tell you, I personally wonder
Exactly,
if what
funny.
caused the implosion wasn't actually a hit by something. Because I will say what perked my attention when the story came was how when they got that ROV down there, they discovered the tail section from that sub 1,600 feet from the Titanic. But then as they went farther, they started to see pieces. Because, so it's almost like the tail fin got knocked off, and when the canister hit, because that was a pressurized canister, so it was separate than the tail fin, if you kind of go look at the whole schematics of the sub. But I figure it hit, and that's the fracture, because it had fractures in that carbon fiber body, titanium body. And when it hit that bottom, it just blew. But they knew that. But what got me was, what hit it and knocked the tail off? Because the tail wouldn't have been in a complete piece if it had been still connected when it imploded. It would have got damaged during that implosion, which means it got taken off beforehand, possibly. It's kind of like, by what? Ours? Maybe somebody else's? Because they picked up on it within, I think it was an hour and a half. They already knew what that was. Because then I will say, when you actually look back at the way we monitor stuff, we've been doing that for decades. We monitor the ocean floor. They can tell you when a fart fishes if they want to.
When a fart fishes or when a fish farts?
Right.
Fart fish.
What's up, Kiss Off?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Might as well do the
I don't know. It's one of those things I feel like I'm gonna keep paying attention to a little bit, I heard yeah, exactly. I heard that they're getting the audio supposedly from that. Like somehow they're able to retrieve it. I'm guessing it was recorded, But yeah, so we'll see if that actually comes out and if it's real or not,
I know there's a dude, and actually it's on YouTube. There's a clip, and it's a young dude, and he goes in on one of the test runs that they did. So he went off on the launching platform, and that might be the footage that they're getting, because I know when he did his, it showed, and because I spotted there was a little GoPro camera, I guess, but it's one of those little camera mounts right underneath that center window. Right, it was mounted. That's where he had filmed his stuff.
Yeah, and a Logitech PS4 controller to drive it.
Yep.
Carl?
That's what we do ROVs with.
Eric. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I know it.
during
like this. If people were in there, I feel for them. That's the way.
Yeah,
It's the
that's
best
true.
thing for family is all I can say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, D-Dog. Sorry.
During the whole news cycle having to do with the stupid ass submarine, who paid attention to what the House and the Senate did? Or what the state that you live in did? How many people know that Iowa kicked the FBI out of their fucking state? How many people know all that?
I didn't know
What did
about
you say?
Iowa.
What was that last thing? Iowa did what now?
Kicked the FBI out of their state.
Yeah,
No.
this is the first I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I heard about
Yeah,
that
but-
one.
But everyone knows everything having to do with these 5 idiots in the water and something that shouldn't even been there.
Yep. I knew their eyes were blue. One blew up, one blew down. But
I will not apologize, young man. There, I caught myself before I said the 3-letter word. So there. Don't push it though. I will slip on purpose, just so we do. But
I think the whole thing was fake, and they never went down. I think they went downstream, like this one guy said, and come up about 100 feet down, and it was just a programmed distraction.
Well, that was kind of the reference I was trying to make to Atlas Shrugged. It's in that story, if that's the right one, which I think it must be. I'm kidding. It's a lot of things I watched all around the same time and got confused. But there's a character that basically goes missing, and they end up. Well, okay, spoiler alert for whichever story it is, whether it's this or not. But they end up that those characters are all of the like main figures in society, the leading figures in society who have gone missing or have disappeared or have died supposedly, are actually all in another place, like a secret location, and that they're there and that they're not actually dying, or nothing's really happening to them. And some people believe that's kind of like what's happening now, is that a lot of these people that are key players are not actually being held accountable, and they're also kind of getting off by we're being told that they've committed suicide, or that they've been killed, or that they died of COVID or whatever, but really, or they died in the submarine, but they really, are somewhere else.
They joined the group and they're in the club now, so they're in the bunker.
Yeah, or they always were in the club.
We always had bad shit happen all the time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say, D-Dog?
They're probably all on that one plane list.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I mean,
There's also
that
a
list
train
has been
wreck
out there
somewhere.
for a
I
while,
forgot
though,
where that
too.
was.
This past week, there was another train derailment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
Damn. I forgot where
In
that was.
Yellowstone, on the Yellowstone,
Yeah.
what is it, Yellowstone
There
River?
you go. Yeah.
Yellowstone.
And right at a crossing over the river there in
7 out
Yellowstone.
of 10 of the train cars fell into the river.
Yep. See that
And
gray?
Seven
You
out
see
of
that
10
gray
train
looking
cars.
cloud? You see that gray looking cloud coming out of it? Almost looked like a ghost moving in the water.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Good one, Anti.
I hadn't seen that one.
Yeah,
I have some, but I haven't uploaded them to Rumble.
Good night, Van.
It was the video. It showed that whoever was filming it out the side where it jumped around, but that part where it jumped from one to another, I seen a fuller version, and it showed down in the water. It was like that middle one that was still partially on the bridge. It showed something coming out of it. It almost looked like something moving, swimming, but it's probably whatever it was leaking out. It just.
Oh, well, it would. I will say it wouldn't surprise me if you see a big old sheen the whole width of the stream, damn near, just from the simple fact of the grease around the axles. Whenever they went into the water, the grease that's in the size of those axles would have been made a sheen that would have been like that.
Hey, Buff.
I will say there's something though, because like it's bad that when that happens, but I've always been fascinated with people like down here. For me, it's like in Houston, you watch the floods happen, and people intentionally go out in that water, and it's like, but do you understand what's all in that water? And then nowadays you'll catch those people, see, they'd be worried about stuff like that, going, oh, I don't know what's in the water. And it's like, do you know what all was in that water you were swimming and ski boarding on? Because that was like every graveyard, gas station, disposable septic, trash fund, everything was in that water.
Mm-hmm.
All the junky pee from town.
It just, yeah. I mean, it just.
Mm-hmm. I heard about that, Connie. I also heard one of the other passengers was someone who'd been studying. He'd gone on like deep dives into the Mariana Trench, and had been studying some things down there that maybe revealed some truths they didn't want out. That's just what I've heard.
I
Good to
know
see you, Yankee.
Harley
Thanks for
Davidson
coming by.
has done gone total batshit crazy. Their
Whoa.
whole board is now controlled by basically BlackRock.
Really?
Yep.
Hmm.
There's actually a 1%er guy that I know, and actually it's funny because he follows that stuff, and definitely a mold break. You wouldn't expect it, but he pointed it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh wow! And sure enough, went down the whole list of them, and they've got the shares. He even broke down how the shares, and actually, believe it or not, he's got a good philosophy. He goes, and I was like, damn, there's a kickback for that shit, because he was talking basically for that particular kind of that genre, I guess you could say. But because if they have, just when people hear how they have controlling shares, it's only because they have the controlling amount. So they have a concentrated amount, but it's not like they have over 50% of a company's shares. They'll only have 27% or 28%. But what it is all the other shares are scattered amongst individuals and people with just their little bits. And he brought up a point going, if our side could just collectively unite and have, and I forgot what he called it, but it's the type of, it's like the share part, it's a,
Like a shareholder board.
yeah, it's like your own sharing entity where you collective, it's like your shares can go through this, and then that becomes a unified vote for that group. So you all of a sudden can have a 30% controlling say, because you have a representative that says, okay, you sign up and now you've got 30,000, 30% of the shares. So when a board vote comes up, you could actually have a say and control shit. And I was like, holy shit, there you go. Who would have expected that shit out of a damn 1%er out of the Bronx?
If they want to impress me, let them bring back the knucklehead.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jack Daniels did too. Jack Daniels is, man, in Lynchburg, Tennessee. They have this commercial, and he showed me this commercial, and it's they got 4 of the, I don't know if you want me to say that word, Indy, and I'm on your channel, but the ones that are confused, they have 4 of them up there, and they gave them, it's almost like that Moonshiner show or one of those where they give them, okay, girls, y'all got 4 missions. And then she starts rattling them. One is to help them organize a pride parade in Lynchburg, Tennessee. And I was like, holy shit, man, Jack Daniels, dude, what?
Good night, Dax.
Indian Motorcycle, another one.
Yep. They're going after the guys in the middle, a hardworking man. Everything that they can relate to.
So do you think that those companies have just sold out, or do you think that they are compromised, or they have information on them? Because what is it they're doing to sabotage themselves like that,
They're buying controlling shares.
And then they turn around and tell them, either you do this or we'll take you out of your position.
Yeah, I mean,
so they're just not caring about the money side of it at all?
Well, there's a directive, because BlackRock is owned by Vanguard and State Street. So
that autocorrect buff, I've been telling you, autocorrect is out to get me these days.
Do I have that? Do I have the trilogy a little mixed up, D-Dog? I don't know, because they're all so intertwined. I forget. But so
okay, you got 3 main entities. One is BlackRock, then you have Vanguard, then you have State Street. But all 3 of them are intertwined. They all own each other. But BlackRock itself, the GDP is over $7 trillion. Now, if that was a country that would have the the third highest GDP in the world.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the power. They come in because, and I've kind of seen it, just not on this level because I've seen how corporate takes over. Because you have somebody that starts a business, they're successful, then they expand to another town, they're successful, they start to expand. Well, if there's another business that's in that same field, somebody's going to come to scoop them up because you could possibly be a competition. And
what the way they do it, they're like, okay, we're going to lose 10 billion. Okay, here's 15 billion. Do what we tell you.
well, yeah, and right now that's a shuffle game now because now it's all political. So as far as a business sense, common sense, and some of that just doesn't fit, I don't think myself, because there's an agenda. And when you have an agenda, sometimes the common things get overlooked because you're just going for this agenda. That's what they're focusing on. I think Chuck's part right. It's because it's an image. It's kind of like that's creating doubt in your country, creating doubt in the founding of your country, create doubt in everything about your country, put doubt in masculinity. Do you realize that they're actually attacking females right now? And none of the people for generations that fought for the feminist rights are saying a damn word. Is that not a shock and awe? That's the direct thing. That's the power of that narrative, and it's everything. And so that's you've got Harley, you've got Indy, and you've got Jack Daniels,
Miller Corporation, Bud Corporation.
Bud Light. Bud Light was actually like your NASCAR and your rodeos and shit. That was your those. See, so those are signature items, icon items that they're going after. They've remade movies, icon movies. They've remade those and painted the picture. They've reshifted the storylines of things. It's a big directive. Take down the nationality. Nationality is now an evil word. Don't you dare get patriotism. Don't you have any nationalism. We need to go global. You just think of the big ball.
And the first step in all our time up here into that was press 1 for English.
Yep. And that's, I don't know.
Interesting thought, Chuck. Yeah.
It's a hell of a, it is so crazy because, that's me and her have talked about that. And it's like, man, can you imagine this shit that's going on with the kids? Can you imagine when they were born, if this shit had been said out loud? I just, you can't even fathom that shit. And then here we are. There's a committee hearings. You actually are discussing this crazy ass crap on our Senate and our House floors. Like you're actually entertaining this shit.
Me and my son-in-law got my granddaughter that's staying with us in here earlier, and we were talking about CRT, and I showed her a bunch of stuff, what it really was and what they were trying to show them. And then I showed her about the different, what Slavic and slavery, where it derived from. And it blew her mind. She goes, you mean they've been lying to all? I said, yeah, the whole thing you learned in school, pretty much 99% of it's fake.
Yeah. I have to say it's kind of challenging as a teacher because, before I would look at the curriculum and I'd teach the curriculum and it was all things that were relatively familiar to what I already knew and accepted. And now it's like I'm having to kind of morally decide what parts of things I'm going to teach and what parts I'm not, and what I'm going to add, to it too. And I'm just talking about the basics, it's challenging. But
they got online school here. It's called Texas Connections, Indy. My son was in it for 4 years, and he wanted to go this year, but he's going to go next year because he's 17. But one of his teachers last year, he was telling her about there's a lot of things we don't believe in. One thing's wearing a face diaper, and anything to do with the pointy things, all this other stuff. She goes, she called me on the phone and we talked. She goes, if there's any subjects that I'm forced to make them cover, just let me know and I'll give him the grade for it without him being involved.
Hey, real quick on what Connie said, there's also, there's a caveat, like what I brought up a while ago with the rodeo and NASCAR and icon thing. There's also a little, my 2 cents, I've heard this and I agree with it, but the reason why they picked that particular character to portray that shit with Bud Light was because, he's got a following of a lot of youth. And so that's just more direct targeted towards the kids and the youth age.
They can't even buy the stuff.
Yeah, but it was him. See, it was him. Was the
That
was
that person in particular
yeah,
had that draw.
because he
Yeah.
was catering to them, and so then it was like, well, then attach that to here to this is look this is one of their little icons. Attach it to that. Now it's the mascot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, Twisted.
Yep.
Yeah, Bones Mama, thanks for trying. Sorry, I know there was some tech issues there.
I know it was
But
good seeing you though. Even
yeah, it
sorry you
was.
froze.
Yeah, Yumi and Quits need to have like a backstage sometime at least to like hang out and catch up a little bit. It's been too long.
There's a push on that the WHO treaty shit on pandemic stuff treaties. That's batshit crazy, dude.
Oh yeah, I just saw a little video about that. That I think is actually one of the things they're trying to distract us from.
Yep.
Honestly, D-Dog, what do you know about the pandemic treaty? What are your thoughts about all of that?
Well, okay. Yeah, my thoughts on the pandemic treaty with the WHO. 2A is not for hunting. That's my feelings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's like where I go in the long term, you know. Pa, good to see you.
Well, over the countries that already signed into that treaty, they have a jab passport required to go from country to country because of this new variant of the fake runny nose thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Sounds so
don't.
ridiculous when you put it like that, D-Dog.
Boo-hoo
Yeah, but
too.
I don't
Indy,
know if they're
since
capable of actually
you,
legally passing that anyway. Like being able to sign that. I don't think. Wouldn't that take
Well,
a
I mean,
congressional type thing? I don't think he individually could.
okay, there's this one thing called the Constitution, and the states
check that
gave
out, Connie.
government limited powers, and they keep sucking up more of it, which they can't have anyway. But the people gave the states power, and the state was allowed to delegate part of their power to the federal government. Okay, the arbiters of the Constitution are the people, not the Supreme Court. And 2A is to handle tyranny. So 2A is not for hunting. Time to get busy, people.
Yeah, I like what Twisted said. The government can try to give the WHO all our sovereignty, but bet the people of this country won't agree.
Well, see,
Once they realize it's happening, I don't think most people are going to have any idea it's even happening. I mean, it is happening right now.
Abbott's brought it up. Abbott's addressed it, and I don't think Texas is going to acknowledge anything about it. And I want to say DeSantis might even have said something about it because I've noticed there's been a couple of representatives and senators that have brought that up.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them in Washington since for 3.5 years that are stuck in one place wondering where their rights are. But I'm surprised a bunch of people ain't went and got them there. But
yeah,
it takes more than one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do your
I
duty.
mean, I do, like David said, he had a friend that came out, came forward and apologized and has seen that, where they were not seeing things correctly. And I've had a couple people do that too. I do think that there are people that are waking up, so to speak, but it's just happening at a snail's pace. And it's like, I think we all feel that kind of like we need to be doing more now. But, it's that ongoing struggle. Like, what do you do? And like one of the people that came to me and apologized and kind of is starting to see more clearly, I talked with her about that because that was kind of one of my struggles was, am I saying too much? Before, 3 years ago, but ever since then, am I saying too much? Am I not saying enough? Like, am I in people's business? Am I, enough or not enough? It's like just hard to know. And she basically told me that she thought that if I'd been kind of pushing things like I was at the beginning when didn't even realize I was really pushing things. I was just learning things and trying to share what I was learning with people, and had horrible responses to it. she basically said she thought if I'd still been pushing like that as what she saw pushing, that she wouldn't have been able to come forward to me and tell me that where she's at now. So that was kind of encouraging, in a way. Um, but I think the reason that I've
So
not
you're talking
been
back in Indy, you're talking back like Dave Jose, Nick Moseder, and Behezy era, right?
well, that was the beginning of like my waking up. That was sort of when I
Right.
started. So yeah, for me it was then, but that was also the time that I was like sharing what I was learning about with, election integrity and BLM and its roots and all of that. I was learning about all of that and what's going on with kids in our country and the world. Like all of that was coming into me all at the same time. It was like my crash course, veil was ripped off type idea. And and I like I would with any video on social media at the time. It was like, you see something and you share it. You see something and you share it. You're like, oh, this is interesting. Check this out. Or did you guys know about this? But that was actually a big part of like what made me see through the fog was the like vitriol, the absolute vitriol that I got from people that I loved and respected over things I shared. And that even things I was still questioning or things I was curious and wondering about. And to see their response was something that really changed me in a lot of ways. But one of those people that I was really close with who had that response, well, two actually, but the one I'm talking about came to me, and she's the one who said if I'd been putting out the information and pushing it and continuing to have those, debates online and that conflict on and at the time my social media was Facebook, and it was like a personal page where I was sharing, like photos of my kids, and which I don't do anymore, FYI. And things like that. It was like my personal life, people I know in real life and all of that. But it was all those people that were not all, a lot of those people that had that kind of reaction and response. And I mean, I've told some of those stories, but yeah. But it's that balance, I think we're all trying to find like, and some of us, I think, have come to the point of probably people who've known a lot longer, I'm guessing, than I have, and who, are further into this whole process, who are, backing away from telling people or think not that many more people are going to wake up. But I do think more people are coming around to the truth and more is being exposed. But it just doesn't happen as quickly as we want it to.
No, well, everybody's
Right.
different, and so everybody's engagement with who is going to be different. You just have to read how that person is, and there's things that spark. There's things you can say around here that'll get people's attention, but you can bring up other stuff that they just like, well, okay, whatever, because it doesn't really. They don't get that part. That's what she's noticed at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
with awakening and everything else, there's more people coming over from the crazy thought about social justice warriors and feminism and all that other garbage than the ones that are doing the hopium and the Q crap.
Yeah. You think there are more people that eyes are being open to reality and truth from that more liberal view than from the Q stuff? Is that what you were saying?
Right. The
Yeah,
Q stuff that
I
they're
see
all
that too.
they're still stuck on stupid.
Well, yeah, you can watch reality, and I think that's what's waking a lot of those people over there up is they're just the real shit that you can see go down because you will catch the blips, or if they stumble across somewhere they hear or something, and then that's the stuff that's because then that I gotta say the one thing that she's noticed is some of this stuff I'll throw at her and I'll go, well, here, take this to work. Just to show them about this bill. Look, this is what's being introduced right now. And just tell them when you show them to remember that over half of all those other people are all for that. They're not even going to read it. They're just going to go with that. And then it's like, wait a minute, what? And I go, so because I just show them. It's like, you need to realize one side is called the Democratic Party, and it's a unified vote. So if there's something that they're bringing up, they're all going to go yes. And so while you do this, this is the party. Right now, we can fix whatever, but it's a two-party system, and I would like to. I wish people would get behind the Republican Party. Just weed that shit out. Call them out.
I don't know though. I mean, I think it's just as corrupt. I don't know if it's salvageable really. Bones Mama, I have not seen Cages. I have a guess what it might be about. Is it on Rumble or if you can send me the link?
let me ask you something. Wouldn't that mean you're just really then along for the ride? Because it would only really be two solutions. You're either gonna down like through the whole legal and the two-party election, and you're just going to swell the election and flood it with numbers and do it that process, or you're going to just go click and try to figure out where that whole organized party that's going to do this without any outside country support is going to do that. And so those are your two options. So it's either that or you're just along for the ride.
I mean, I think that it's important that we vote just so that we can see, if we don't vote, we're just giving them our vote. We're not even making them work for it in any way, shape, or form, is how I see it. I don't trust our system, though, at all. I don't think that it's legitimate. I mean, Washington State's probably one of the worst. I mean, I think it is one of the worst because we've had mail-in ballots here longer than anywhere, and people have accepted it completely and don't even question, how they're counted, or, if you bring up anything about election integrity here, it's just like a big eye roll and you must be a fascist,
But see, that's really the importance of showing up, because if you show up, and I'm just rounding numbers, but say 1 million people. Right. So you have 1 million voting people in this area, and then they're going to say, okay, well, we have 1 million mail-in ballots that we can play with. So if all of a sudden you literally had 750,000 people showed up and actually walked in to vote, and they all said, no, we voted this way, all of a sudden you don't have no million mail-in ballots, because at some point the number's going to top off, and that's all you get to play with, homie, because that's it. That's all on the roster. So that's the importance of showing up in numbers, because it's just, regardless of all the other little messages of, oh, I don't care, man. Here's the bottom line, because you're either going to go click, and then figure out, hope that you're on a big enough party that's going to be able to accomplish this. Otherwise, you're just getting screwed in the long run. Or you're going to go through the election, and you're just going to get your neighbor and come on, no, dude, we're walking up in here, so that you have 3/4 of your areas going, no, I was there. This is how I voted. And then you don't have that extra play. That's just there's no other option in reality, because at the end of the day, they're pushing a narrative right now. So the ball's headed down this court. So how else do you stop it besides going 76 it, or okay, election, and flood the numbers?
Carl? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't like either option, but I do think that's pretty accurate assessment of where we're at. Carl, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
What's up, Carl?
Yeah, there was a question for the chat. Let me get back up to it. Pa said, I've had a question for everyone. If the corrupt, tyrannical individuals presently in office push a war, would you send your child to have their blood spilled for these pieces of human manure?
No.
I appreciate everyone who served. I have a huge respect for anyone who's made the sacrifice of giving of their life to go spend whatever time they did in training and serving. I think that's huge, but I would never have ever encouraged a child of mine to be involved.
Well, that's not even beginning to be a righteous conflict. I mean, so there's nothing about that can even be portrayed as righteous. They might have sold the picture of WMD stuff on others, but with this right here, this is, man, it don't take a whole lot to connect some dots and go, oh, yeah. I mean, you can literally, I've seen enough now where you can almost literally timeline that shit and go, bam, bam, 08, oh, and then this, and then this. Wow, I wonder how we got here. I mean, you take the videotape of, you'll either fire him, so you take that whole incorporation, and you start to see the big picture. That is a money funnel, and right now it's being threatened.
Yeah. I like what Fomi said here. Intelligence is not about knowing everything. It's about question. And that's, what I think a lot of us in this community have been about from the beginning. And, others who have joined more recently, I've joined, and like we're a cult, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of us here, I think we're about asking the questions. I don't think any of us feel like we see it all 100% clearly or know all the answers. And so, I think that's exactly what I hope for. People here that are asking the questions together and trying to figure it out. And willing to agree to disagree. That's one of the things I think is a huge strength of our community too. I know sometimes people's feelings get hurt, or there's divisions that happen still. Drama on YouTube is real. But for the most part, I think people here are willing to kind of put the petty stuff aside, and even things that aren't petty, but if they're not the main thing, they're, you can focus. I hope.
Yep.
Good to see you, Sharon. Thanks for coming by.
Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, exactly, Bones Mama. Good question. How do we go around them since we can't go through them?
We can go through
them.
Oh, the numbers are really there if you look at it collectively.
We're stronger together.
Yep.
We are independent, many united. Or I hope we will be, at least.
Well, for home, I got to say I agree with the first half of your sentence.
Yeah, I agree with that, William.
I just don't know about the second half because I don't question things that I know, because once I've already researched and studied and I know something, I'd lock that in. Otherwise, I just would be creating wasted space in a buffer.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like if I know 2 + 2 = 4, there's no point in questioning that anymore. I just use that to base the rest of things that I need to do.
Yeah.
Well, unless you use Common Core math, then it can be any number you want.
Well, that's why that doesn't work. That's why I stick with what I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, Carl. After what the world witnessed, I don't know how anyone can trust elections anymore. Even if supposed good guys had control, I'd still wonder. Yeah, I don't agree with the narrative that the good guys have control. I mean, with everything going on, I don't.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't matter. They're all of the same book. None of them know how to read.
Keep going, D-Dog.
Well, the ones that I get in contact with that we have regular conversations, like weekly or every time a bill comes up, a lot of times I get to see proposed bills in the state of Michigan before it even gets over to the legislature for them to go through and actually read it, and I'll do a full write-up on what's unconstitutional about it.
Yeah.
Well,
are you guys getting background noise from me? Just checking. Okay, good, perfect. Yeah, I'm just getting.
I've been in the game for over 15 years too.
Well, there's so many layers that are screwed up. It's and I don't know how to just say it. I guess in a way I could. I just would have to the lingo. For me, I've had the discussions over the prison system down here. So that's what happened down here. There's and when you look at the justice system, at least in Texas, and I'm sure across the country actually, but I only will speak for what I know. So it's so, like, if you take the Texas criminal system, justice system, one and the same, and you look at it and you go, well, yeah, that's corrupt. Well, you can literally go item by item by item by item by item by item. And so at some point, you just got to look like with that, about the best you could start would be if you could get the governor in to then do a new board of pardons and paroles, because that's a big, powerful section for us down here when it comes to that structure. So you change that and you start focusing, and it would be like the same creeping way we got here. It would take it could happen sooner because it would be an intentional and everybody would have, but you got to have that collective intent. That's what I've talked about before. It's like back in the 76 days, when they brought that up, it was people had something compared. Do you want this way of life or do you want to go for this? And this is the freedom side of things. And people have collectively, regardless if you planted onions, if you were a cow farmer, if you picked cotton, it didn't make a shit. You said freedom. Yeah, okay, targeted. Getting this now in 23, I think that's why there's so a divisiveness across everything is intentional, so that you can't get it. Because you did it like in 9/11, they did it. You do that, you throw that flag up, and this country goes, go get whoever the hell just pulled that shit off and do whatever you got to do. We totally get, because it was a collective. you turn loose a pandemic, and the country at first was like, okay, man, did we just get sent something? What do we got to do? Then as people realize, wait, well, they need to break that shit up. Well, now I don't know that what you could do that would actually be a collective. That's what I worry about. So, sorry.
No, you're fine.
What's up?
Hey, Dee, how's it going?
Fine.
Well,
Thanks
I gotta go.
Everything's
See you later.
great.
Thanks for everybody participating in the chat too. There's some really good comments in there.
Bastard. Everything's great. What? Nothing. Everything's normal. Everything's totally fucking fine. I don't know what everybody's freaking out about. Everything's great. Fine.
It's the new normal, right, Dee?
They're making me crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, D.
Hey, what's up, Chuck? Rescue? It's been a minute.
What's up, man?
Yeah.
You been okay?
No, but I'm here. Good to be with you guys.
You're still sunny side up.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm breathing, and I'm with all the other people, all of you guys. My family is so sick of this shit. They don't want to talk about any of it. They're like, it's so good you have your YouTube people, Mom.
Yeah, I hear that.
I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I hear that with you, Indy. I hear it's like exhausted confusion. But I am in some really good meetings with the assembly and studying about the grand jury. And I do think that that is where our remedies are at. I really do. So that's a good thing. Those things are really informative. I'm learning a lot. So, but there's a lot of tricky ones too. There's a lot of liars out there, infiltrators that'll pretend like they're in the right assembly. So it's so hard to know. Indy, after 3 years, you've seen me bounce around in so many groups, haven't you? And have different people, in the fight with me. And now they're not. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, I think, there's so much going on for different people at different times too, that, sometimes I think people just need to step away. I mean, we've all kind of been there, especially those of us who are on YouTube, even if you're even if you're in the chats and you don't do anything on your channel, you still can get wrapped up and tied up in the YouTube drama. You know what I mean? So I think there's that in addition to all of the other realities we're learning about and questioning, that people need to take a step away sometimes,
Yeah, that's the second time I've heard you refer to YouTube drama. Did you want to talk about something? I'm always willing to call out some freaking bullshit if somebody needs calling out. Just let me know. I'm here.
I appreciate that completely.
No problem. No problem.
No, I actually think that this, a lot of our community, I feel like, is a little bit lower on the drama scale than a lot of them. But
except
still,
for me, you guys. Sorry, no, just kidding.
Yeah,
I hate that shit.
Yeah, me too.
Take your drama for your mama. We don't need it. We got enough drama with the government we're fighting. So.
Right. There's enough real problems that I think that's
for
where
real. Ain't that the truth?
A lot got filtered out last year.
Yeah. I mean, it does. It's a purge. It's just like with any, business you're running, or people. People are fickle, They're just kind of, hot, cold, and everybody's kind of traumatized and triggered and all those buzzwords, which I hate using, but it's the truth. Everybody is pretty fucked up right now. Sorry for my language. I'm not been curbing it. But that's, everyone's really just messed up and traumatized, and I hate using those excuses. It's we got to get to work. I'm studying. I'm hunkering down and just trying to read a lot more and less, just whatever. But it's summertime. I also want to go to the river and do fun stuff.
Right. Yeah, exactly. that about
kinda
life
need
balance, William, happy
Yeah.
birthday to your parents.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has to pull away at some point and kind of, regroup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the whole country's just really tired of it all. And, with the whole gay rainbow stuff, it's just so in our face. And I don't really want to be talking about it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is not the stuff we want to really talk about, but.
Yeah, you bringing that up. Look at Deuteronomy 22:5.
Well, I don't know by heart. What is it?
A woman shall not wear a man's garment, nor shall a man wear his clothes. Whoever does these things is abomination to the Lord your God.
Oh, you want to go there?
Well, you just said the thing, so.
Oh, well, yeah.
You want to bring out the Fruit Loops? I brought the box.
They are, yeah. Well, women aren't doing us any favors with their feminazi bullshit, that's for sure. I'll say
Well,
that.
here's the thing about all that, though. I think I mean, if we let ourselves get worked up and keep constantly keeping our focus on these things where they're trying to put our focus, then they're winning in that way. You know what I mean? Like, even within our own community, there are people who have ranges of views on that topic. You know what I mean? So if we keep,
Yes.
I don't think we need to shy away from those conversations, but I also
Right.
think that, like, we need to keep, as my friend says, keep the main thing. We need to, like, stay focused on what really matters, and that's part of where I feel like we come together, is we try to sift through what really matters right now. Like this whole submarine thing, we found out. I mean, I think most of us just knew. I mean, I hope a lot of our radar went off as soon as we saw it covered on all mainstream media and how much attention it was getting, that it was something that was a distraction. I mean, not that I don't even mean that it didn't happen. I mean, it was being used as a smokescreen to cover other things that were happening behind the scenes, like we talked about. So I just think, we need to kind of let these things they're trying to use to divide people, let those things go if it's not something that's that you feel is a line in the sand for you.
Well, just some stuff's real easy. It's like with that particular thing there, it's not you don't really have to like talk about it so much because it's a specific item. So I mean, it's like there. So you can start looking at bills. You start looking at what's supporting. You start because you're local, because that's the only stuff that's really going. Otherwise, you're just gonna, unless you just want to argue stuff and then do that, then that's, other than that, what it is. You know what it represents. It's kind of like the crap that's in the schools, the books. Well, it's there. Then the directive is the school boards, and you get that, or you start approaching your governor to get them to do things. That's the conversations to have, would be like what individuals, to email, which representatives, who handles this, which bill was that, so that then you actually know the actual form that it's under. Because if you just kind of go, oh, that's shitty, it's shitty, it's shitty, it's shitty, you just have 3 months of that's shitty. And
can I go? Can I say something?
No.
I just, like, after 3 years, I've been squirrel, right? It's been a lot of issues for me, and a lot of them have been with the kids. The kids have always been my most important issue. Then I was fired, then I was arrested, then there was a lot of people's stories that came at me. So for me, it's been a lot of just discovering the level of criminality by being in the throes of it, by being the one that is the aggressive, looking like I'm the problem all the time, because people want to shoot the messenger. And what I see when I zoom out for my community, because we have a mayor that's saying that it's unacceptable to even oppose it verbally or there. And then we have 3 anarchists on the city council. These are just red flags. They're showing who they are. They're showing the ultimate plan and goal of what they want. And it's not really my focus. It's just more of it. It's just more of them doing more of the same. you know, they're way crossing the line of what's lawful here. They're mandated reporters. They're supposed to report lewd acts and sexual behavior around children, not promote it. And so as we call it out, we're the
Good night,
assholes.
Karen.
We're the
Yeah.
assholes. That's where I'm at. And everybody's sick of the whole thing. Like, even to just get all that out, I don't even want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. It's exhausting. It's, you know,
Bones
that's where
Mama
it's at.
also Bill Gates, Bones Mama, and the
What?
Melinda Gates Foundation. There's a kind of a
Oh, I
conversation
can't
going on
read
here
the
in the
chat. I'm
chat.
sorry. Yeah, I can't see.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, the schools definitely are where they start.
Yep.
Yeah, well, in Humboldt, it's the board of supervisor and the city council and the schools and the sheriff and all the businesses that complied, and I don't know, everybody. It's everybody, and it's a lot more than just one thing. It's all interconnected, though. They're all far surpassing their abilities and what's their right to do to us. And it's our job to stop them, to oblige them to do the right thing. That's what the classy ones do. You know, they don't go out there and start. Everybody usually does come yelling at the city council at first and just super pissed off, you know, just super pissed off, like, you guys. And then it's like, and then they realize, like, after a while, it's like, this isn't really my job, you know. And there's a flip and there's a switch that's made, and it's like, okay. And then you discover where they're crossing the line, and now I want to go back and tell them where they're crossing the line. And there's people there that probably want to know that we can file claims and have a grand jury now. You know, it's been 3 years and there's more people coming out, and they're crossing more lines. So, you know, until we really engage. But these the grand jury trainings are very informative. That's where it's like, they're not going to teach us this stuff, you guys. They're never going to teach us this stuff.
Nope.
You know, they don't want us to know. We could hold them accountable. There hasn't been a grand jury held in Humboldt County since the 50s. That's 70 years.
They want you to forget about that stuff.
Yeah. But if you look it up right now, there's a lot of cases. They are very long. They take a long time. But I remember a few months back, I bet you remember, Indy, there was a superintendent that was fired. There was a father that was hauled out of a meeting because his daughter was assaulted in a bathroom because they were letting the boys go in the same bathroom. And this punk kid already did it to another girl already. Yeah, you remember that case?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, where the boy had, I don't know if it was molested or raped the girl in the girls' bathroom.
Yeah, it took a year on the grand jury, but they got rid of that asshole superintendent who did not report the first incident, allowed the second incident, and had the father hauled out of the room.
Yeah, it is. It's got to be the same case. Yeah, I remember that one. It was horrible.
Process,
and that father, what I saw of that footage at the time, that father had way more self-control than
man, right?
most would have had in that situation.
I would say, see, that's something I've listening to these school board things across the country and stuff in different meetings. One thing I picked up, man, I didn't realize just how, I mean, we think these politicians have some like long terms and shit. Some of these school board people get elected in for like 8 years and shit. And it's like, holy crap. I was floored. There was one, because I was watching the Grassroots Army guy, because he does a lot of the school board meeting things.
I love that channel. Yeah.
I was floored with one of them, and then I looked that one into it, and it was like, holy crap. So they have to wait like 7 years, and there's got to be something in the system to where you can recall or something like that, because surely you just can't have to sit there and wait that long to change that shit.
My 16-year-old asked me the other day, he goes, Dad, if all this stuff with them dressing up and doing all that and shaking in front of these young kids is just a distraction, why aren't adults stopping them from doing this to these little kids that can't protect themselves? And I'm like, well, it's a thought, but they got so much support behind it.
Well, I've tried. And a lot of us have tried. And then you do have stupid parents bringing their kids to these things. Did you see that disgusting old man video?
Thank you,
He was
Bonfana.
grassroots army. You seen it, didn't you, Rescue? It was like I had to watch it. It was like what I was
But
wanting to
see,
puke in
and
my
you know what
mouth
I got?
and keep.
You know what I got? So what I noticed though, so as soon as I saw
Chrissy.
him, I knew that was gross. What I started looking was all
The
the people
kids.
that were all in the background
Mhm.
and up and down the
Yeah.
side of the street. And I'm like, you're just standing there watching this with kids
Was
right
it the? Are you
there,
talking about the
waving a
video of
little flag.
the guy with the like
Gone Chuck,
tidy whities on that was
Tidy
just like
whities, baby. Yeah,
grinding?
with his
Yeah,
big old junk hanging
kind
twerking
down
of
to the
low.
twerking.
kids.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was disgusting.
Yeah.
He was
And I
just,
mean,
and
he's
he,
literally
Yeah.
even looking at him when he's doing it with his hands on his
the
knees and
kids.
stuff.
He was
And
looking
you've
at the
got kids right
kids.
here. You got adults all standing
Mhm.
down the sidewalk, all down the street,
Yeah,
waving the little flags like there's just nothing wrong with this.
yeah.
It's
It
like,
Yeah, I
was.
gotta
That
roll out.
was like okay. So
I
I'm
gotta
the
roll out
innocent.
and get some sleep. I gotta get up in 7 hours to take my son to his dialysis, so I need to get some chill, I guess.
Yeah.
all right, well,
Chuck, thanks for coming up
later,
and
Chuck.
hanging out and talking.
Good night, Chuck.
Appreciate
Love
it.
you, brother.
Yeah,
Love
much
the
love, y'all.
family.
Love you.
Good night.
All y'all have a great night. I hope tomorrow's better. Stand up, watch your backs, and watch your
Yeah.
fronts around some of them. Good
Be
night.
safe.
Yeah. Good
That's
night,
good
Chuck.
advice. Good advice.
Yeah. Chuck has great live streams on his channel too. If you're not familiar with him, Anti or Mike, if one of you could drop his link again, that'd be great. And
Hey,
sub
Chrissy
him
Cat.
up. I know, Chrissy, it's always good to
Hi,
see you.
Chrissy
I've
Cat.
been missing seeing you around more. I'm glad to hear you're doing better.
Uh-oh. Is that
Is
loud?
that
Do
you,
you
Dee?
hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, mute that.
Yeah, I know. And then there were all the parents that were there, and
See,
I don't know.
that's what gets me. All the ones, anytime I'm watching any of that stuff or see any clips from it, I don't ever pay attention to the actual target kids. I just keep looking at the background because it's kind of like that's they're all okay with this. It's like that. What it was, a Fiesta Taco thing up down here in Texas, and it's just like, yeah, okay, that's happening, and that thing's doing that, whatever. Look at these parents and these kids just sitting there with smiles on their face, not even like kind of like questioning it. It's like, how does that happen?
Thank you, Anti.
Unbelievable. Just shocks me.
Yeah.
I mean, what is, it's totally separate as far as, I don't know. It's the kids, and it's this. I will tell you, this is humorous. I told her, I go, the more of some of these I see, like the Jack Daniels commercial, and you keep seeing these representations. And I'm like, holy shit, man. You'd think Twisted Sister would be kind of pissed off that they're getting jacked. They should have like trade rights to that stuff, because all these people seem to dress like they're Twisted Sister band members.
Twisted Sister.
Man, it's always some weird hair thing out, and it's just some really outlandish makeup stuff. I mean, it's so.
They're trying to be shocking, right?
Yeah, none of that stuff bothers me unless it comes to like the promoting of the sexuality and all of that to kids.
Sure.
I don't care what adults do in their bedrooms or out.
Oh, no,
I don't
not
care about
there.
any of that.
But
Teach their own.
here's the
Really,
catch:
like,
we wouldn't even talk about it if they didn't do it in front of us. We wouldn't even know what happened.
But that's what I mean. I think we need to be talking about it, and we need to be, having the conversations when it comes to the things that matter, which is like pushing the boundaries with kids and this agenda that's obviously being pushed in schools, and that's money that's coming from taxpayers and all of those issues. I understand, but like this constantly having in our faces, I don't want us to be paying attention to that. You know what I mean? Like that waving red flag. Like look over here, look over here. And that's the balance. I think it's hard to find.
No, and really, it starts out. You know what? To be honest, and what I've been trying to work on here is the county ordinance and the city ordinance, and getting local people to pay attention to just like passing things. I will say it was kind of cool. Abbott just got through signing a deal where the surgery stuff, it won't happen here in Texas.
Good. Yeah. Thank God.
And that, to me, that's a huge issue because a lot of those things are experimental. I mean, there are no long range studies on a lot of the procedures, but also on the medications that are being used and the hormones and everything else that are being given. And now they're pushing for those things to be given to kids younger and younger and younger and younger. And there's nothing about that.
No, I don't even understand the concept of that because we don't even conceive the idea of a kid driving or drinking or getting a gun or getting a job or any of these things. But yet that thing is now that, oh yeah, you can just make that life altering decision because you're having some feels at 12.
Well, and not only that, but you can make it without your parents even knowing or being notified.
Yeah.
You can now through the school, they'll take you in to get the hormones and they'll start talking about, giving you a different name or all these things without even, without even letting your parents
y'all
know.
need to pay attention because that's what's happening in her state. Her state passed that.
Not just my state, but yeah, it's here, California, Oregon,
Yeah. Until we push back, everything's coming at us in full force that the NWO wants.
New York also, by the way, I think it was New York was the other state that's already pushing that through.
Hey, remember when that used to be the thing, Carl? Don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, I remember that.
There was a little push. Yeah, military wise, there was even don't ask, don't tell. Jobs,
I like it so much better that way. Can we go back to that, please? I don't care how you like it in the bedroom. Anti, thank you so much. And Kino and anyone else that dropped my link. You guys are so thoughtful and so much better than me.
Well, that's what gets me too about this. You'll have those people will tell you how they're all about the to each their own. But in reality, they're not because they're forcing that way on top of the whole populace is what they're trying. While they try to scream, and it's like, you got the right to do you. You just don't have the right to impose that on. Right. And when it comes to kids, I'm still blown away that's even like that it got to that kid level. We don't let kids do anything. And now all of a sudden, this is what it's like. You're picking a banner up and we can let kids do this.
Well, we kind of let them go to war before they could even drink alcohol, which is kind of stupid.
Well, yeah, but see, that fluctuated on states because some states had lower ones. Like I remember back when, I think you could drink in Kentucky at 16 or 17. I don't know. Somebody lives there. I remember that was a long time ago. That was in younger years, but
yeah.
And like you can have your parents at 17 sign up and you can join the military. And it's just, but yet you can at 16. But at 16, I can't go get a full-time job. A lot of places won't let you get one. Well, I guess at 16 you can. 14 you can't. You can't drive. You can't vote. But yet you can alter and that's what gets me, man. It's a physical alteration. It's like, and you can't change that. Why would you even entertain that idea?
Yeah, Anti, that's the triangle on the end, right? I think it's like the light pink and the light blue. I think that's that, and the black or brown, or maybe it's black brown. I can't remember. I think it's all of it.
Pink and white, and yeah. And I was just telling my daughter this yesterday. Kind of ruined our little outing too because I had just learned the day before. I think it was on BitChute or maybe it was on And We Know. And he was showing he said the white was for infant, the blue was for boy, of course, and the pink was for girl. And these are for MAPS. You know what those stand for, right? And anyway, so I was in town with my daughter and I'd already mentioned about, she goes, a restaurant I didn't want to go to because they were doing the drag. And then I was noticing all these really gigantic new cellular towers on all the jails and the federal buildings in Eureka. And I mean, I literally probably haven't been in town in 2 weeks, or if I didn't notice anyway. And so it's like, it's an outing for me, and I'm like looking at everything and We drive by the courthouse. I see the stripes on the flag. I tell her I tell her this is for the maps, and she immediately is, no, it isn't. And I'm like, well, you need to research it because it is. And then it just went south from there. And our good time was ruined because we couldn't get it back. We couldn't get it back.
Yeah.
And I tried to, but I talked to her about, she just moved out into her own place. She's 24 and she just moved out a week ago. So she's flown the coop, my daughter, before her brother, who's 2 years older, because my daughter rocks, but she didn't want to hear it. And she's sick of it all. And they're all sick of it all. And it's just, I cannot share it with them. I just have to fight it on my own with you guys and with my community. And that's it. That's all there is to it. My family is sick of hearing about it all.
Yeah. And I think probably a lot of us can relate to that too, having people in our lives that don't, whether they're on the same page in general or not, if they don't want to dive as deeply into things, it's like, it gets challenging. Let me read these comments from Kelly, because I think she makes a great point. She says, I have friends that had a lot of issues with their female reproductive systems. In their 20s, they tried to get their ovaries removed because of the health issues and because they never wanted kids. They were in their mid to late 20s and were told they weren't old enough to make that decision because they might change their minds about kids. But apparently it's fine for a little kid to make that decision. America is weird.
It's funny. The missus just told me there was a coworker of hers and her daughter wanted to get her tubes tied, and they wouldn't do it. Told her she wasn't old enough, and she was 19.
Today they'd probably jump on that. They'd probably get paid to do it too.
Some medical incentive. I don't know.
There used to be a law that kept any insurance, federal or state or any insurance at all, even private insurance, to pay for anything having to do with disabling the reproductive system for anyone under the age of 35.
Hey, Stuart. Thanks.
Hey, Stuart.
That'd be good to know.
Right on, Stuart.
Gone now?
Ma'am?
What was that, Bonnie?
Has the law been repealed about if the under 30 thing, or you said it used to be a law?
Depends how fucked up your state is.
Oh, well then, gone for California. We're lost here for sure. It's a sanctuary state. Now, who knows? You got to look into it, right? Got to research. We got to research, you guys. That's the next step we got to do. The talking
Indy,
is great.
Indy, I would apologize for that French I used, but it sounded like English.
What? You apologized? Wow.
No, I said I would apologize for the French I used.
Oh, he said he
sounded
would.
like English.
Oh, he said he would. Oh, okay. Never mind. I got a little. Wow, Indy. Damn, girl, you got an apology.
Yeah, he was kidding.
Good for you.
It was buffering.
It was almost. It's an almost apology. He would do it, but not necessarily.
Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, we were told there were hundreds of thousands that participated in the parade on Saturday in Seattle. Hundreds of thousands.
Receive any footage? They're so full of shit. They're probably full of shit. I don't believe
I
it.
did see some that look. I mean, it's a big draw here. It is a big draw.
Yeah.
But I mean, I also, I don't know. I've seen them show the same crowd and say it would have said different numbers at a different event. Let's just put it that way,
Hey, I'll say there was thousands outside that stadium. Christians.
In Seattle?
No, L.A.
There actually was. There was a Jesus March in Seattle.
That was
I don't think that was on Saturday. I didn't even think about whether it was the same day as Pride, but there was a Jesus March, and I didn't hear about it until it was happening. I saw it live, but there seemed to be a huge turnout. It was a big event, and I didn't hear about anything bad happening there, so that's surprising.
Don't look And don't worry, honey. I don't want to see anymore what I already seen.
Yep. Okay. Believe it or not, but Detroit a week ago outlawed the pride flag.
Exactly, Kelly.
Yeah, I believe it because Michigan kicks ass. Y'all been assembled since 2011, or is it 9? It's 2011, right? Yeah. And Alaska's assembled in 2020. California has 35 of 55 of its counties assembled, I believe. It's happening. States are getting assembled. When we leave the offices vacant, we get these Yahoo posers. It's like we got a lot of work to do. They take the place, and they're all criminals. They are. Look at them. They're coming out. Mayors are getting arrested for being freaky, freaks. Right? I mean, we're seeing that all the time. Oh, the governors. Somebody in the California governor just killed their own infant child and was arrested yesterday for that. These people are sick people. They shouldn't be allowed to walk down the streets. We're not vetting them enough. Once they get vetted, they get a spotlight put on them, a magnifying glass put on them, and then people are like, oh, let's look into them. That's when they're interested. But they're all, so many of them are just dirty. So many of them are. We got 3 anarchists on our board. And one of them's on the school board too. He came up here. They all moved here to do what they're doing. We didn't have any of this bullshit here.
That's where it gets complicated, though, because I mean, an anarchist might be someone that could be, to have more in common with. Honestly,
anarchists. No, they're looking to dismantle capitalism. Anarchists. These are not good anarchists at all. They have their own publications. They're right in our face. They're right in our face. It's crazy right now. It's all new to me, but.
By the way, D-Dog, what's the shirt of the day Carl wanted to know?
What is the words writing on it? Please. Nope, not today, motherfuckers. No, it doesn't say that. Actually, I added that. I think it should be on there, though. Because that's what I feel like saying when I go to town. Not today, motherfucker. Come on. You want to mess with me? Go ahead. Make my day. I'm already crazy.
Yeah, when y'all going to do something about Whitner, Weiner, whatever the hell that witch's name is?
Yeah, why is...
Yeah, if we put the lieutenant governor in and got rid of her, shit would be worse.
Hey, Mr. Bill, good to see you.
So how long do you have to wait?
Well, we don't have to wait. All we have to do is remember that 2A is not for hunting.
Right. That's so aggravating.
So you're not ever going to get rid of her?
Sure, we'll go with that one.
Well,
we'll get rid of her before you guys get rid of Abbott.
Oh, guess what? One more thing I wanted to tell Rescue.
I don't know.
About those that gay rainbow flag thing. The sheriffs in San Francisco walked down in the freaking pride holding it up. And they're showing us who they are with it.
Oh, I can believe
Everyone is in, like all the woke companies are too. And
I watched the deal over in I think it was Britain, and there was a guy up in a bucket, and he had hung the pride flags up, and he was taking the British flag down, and a dude down there is standing there going, "You're taking the wrong one down," and the dude in the bucket goes, "I agree 100%," and he drops it. And it's just to see if you don't stand for something, then talk's cheap.
Stand for nothing. Then you stand for nothing.
That dude took it down, so he might have agreed, but it didn't stop nothing. See, and that's crazy, man. Which I will say, I saw somebody, and I don't know if that was on Redacted or not, but talked about, and they had a point, but that how that new flag, not just the striped rainbow one, but the one that has that little V mark, the new one in it, that being like the new world order type flag.
Oh, did
Are
you
you
guys?
talking about that's part of the rainbow flag? That part of it?
Well, yeah, it's because originally it was just the stripes, so it was just rows of them. But now this new one, the one that they hung at the White House, has a diamond, half a diamond point to the end of it that has
Right.
a what is it, black and green and red or something in it or whatever. And they were talking about that. It's because it was amazing. That flag was used in so many other countries too.
Did you guys see
Hmm.
the emblem for Tesla? What it's the same as? Did you see it, D-Dog?
No.
Well, it's a mole, isn't it like a Moloch? Like a version of Moloch?
It's exactly the same looking as an IUD.
But I
Which I
think even
never
the
had an IUD, but I had a couple girlfriends who had an IUD, and they all had them removed because they were painful. It's a birth control device. Goes up your woohoo, you know. you know what an IUD?
No,
yeah, no,
don't have a
yeah,
woo.
I know. I'm like, yeah, of course we know, but I know exactly what you're talking about, D. Even if these guys don't.
Rescue's like, no.
Well,
Nope.
it looks a lot like the Tesla logo.
I've never been confused in my life. I've
Exactly.
totally understood what it
No.
is.
It's it's like the same. I got the picture on my I saved it. Yeah, except for the IUD's white and the Tesla emblem is black. That's the only difference.
Yeah, IUD, not IED.
That was so funny. Rescue's like, no. And he's like, yep. And D-Dog's like, I'm fucking answering this. Of course I know. This is Lady Garden talking. I don't want to talk about it. Sorry. I also saw a cave today, though, that was of a JJ cave. It was super weird. I was like, what is this? It was some cave that's shaped like a...
What? Where is that?
I swear. And then something about the light that goes through it. It's on my Facebook, but I'm not sharing it ever. I'm never even sharing that story. I'm never sharing that story again. But hey, if there was a cave that looked like a set of junk, you know, I might be like, hey, I seen this cave today. And it looked like that. Explore uterine devices matter.
Hey, busy girl.
Funny dragon.
Hey, good to see you, Wild Dragon. Thanks for coming by.
420.
Oh, camo. I did all my homework for my class today. It was super long. It took me like 4 hours for this one. And I was so wanting to do it, and then I couldn't do it. But I'm all ready to do it. I might do it tomorrow. I'm a hoot. Even though tomorrow's Tuesday, because I was super pumped up. It's all parallel with everything going on. I don't know. I can kind of see what's going on. A lot of stuff's going on in the house. You guys see all these hearings and all this stuff going on. D-Dog, what do you think? Do you have any good news?
I think a 50-pound chicken's a big chicken.
That fucking answer again. You always give me that line. I did ask if you had any good news. I was specific this time, actually. I wasn't vague like that, like you implied with the chicken thing.
Well, let's see. I did sound at the balloon festival, and out of the 3-day event, we had 1 day of nice weather.
Did it rain on you, or was it windy?
Well, Friday and Sunday it rained, but Saturday it was real nice. And when the balloons were launching, I tried to go live, and it was real grainy, and I had a real hard time with it.
Darn it. That was that day, huh? Oh. Yep. Shit. It must have been Michigan. Pretty cool. Michigan, not Ohio.
In Michigan, it's the Michigan Challenge Balloon Festival.
Excuse me. That is so bummer, because you were telling me about that last year, and you were going to try to show it this year. So did they not go up at all because it was so...
No, when they were going up, I tried to stream it. But it didn't work, and I ran out into the field after putting my tablet down, and I jumped in Jerry's balloon and I went with it.
Shit.
You okay, D?
Yeah, there's a cat knocked over the
Sasquatch come knocking.
My family
Right? Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Oh, you mean you left it by the door for him?
left it by the door for me.
Oh,
Anyway, so we didn't get to see it. Next time, just record it, you
Right,
know?
Pa?
Just record it, not do a live because your internet sucked or what? I don't know. Maybe I didn't let you tell the answer and I keep interrupting you. That's I'm sorry.
does that happen?
It does. I have a lot of bad personality traits, actually, Rescue. And I'm sure
Who told you that?
ask people around here. Some people would have some shit to say, but you know what? That's not
Mandy,
tonight's.
I love you. Kelly asked, is that your whomping stick?
It's my whomping walking.
I could see D eating a whomping stick.
Nah. But it was fun watching those tan pants get the shit kicked out of them with the Antifa thing. You guys see that?
Oh, that was
that was such good shit, wasn't it?
the demasking.
Oh my gosh, I loved it.
Oh, are you talking about the Patriot Front?
Yeah, the demasking.
That
the
thing?
demasking.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Those little wussy boys. They were all
Dude,
wearing
I gotta say that was classic as shit. When that
like
one
this.
was kind of does this, and that dude reaches over and grabs it, pulls it off, and he goes, "Oh!" And it was like, "Oh, come on, man, come
I'm
on."
a snowflake. Don't look at me. If I don't look at you, you can't see me.
That was so
That's what
funny.
he almost looked like, you know. Oh shit.
Bill, Mr. Bill, where were you? You were there when that happened?
You were there, Mr. Bill? People are getting pissed. Yeah.
Mhm.
I liked the way they handled that. I liked watching Salty. Did you watch Salty Devil Dog with that clip or what? Or
I
did you
didn't. I saved that to watch, but I haven't seen it yet. But I want to watch it because I would like to see what Salty's response
I
was
watched
to
a
that.
few, but I gotta say, watching him do the review, best.
Okay. All right. So on Mr. Bill's channel, it says my video is from the other side of the street. I'll have to check that out.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Mr. Bill also does a lot of flag wavings and things like that too. If you aren't subbed to his channel, go check it out. He's been a trooper and been out there for tons of things like that.
Hey, Mr. Bill. So I am curious because they were talking like the one lady when they first turned around, she got full facials of them. Was yours across the street? Did you get some facials? Because I gotta say they've already identified one.
Adam Kingsinger.
Yeah, I heard about that too. Yes, exactly, CT. I was just going to try to bring that up. He talked to them about them being federal agents. He addressed them as federal agents.
Wow.
He said the quiet part out loud.
Well, look at how they were dressed. As soon as they walked away, I was like, "Oh my gosh, they're all dressed like that tan pants."
Okay, it's on Mr. Bill's Twitter.
The first time I ever saw them, I was like, "Holy shit!" Y'all all like decided to you unloaded the boxes off the truck, and everybody started just picking their sizes out of them because it's like from the hats all the way down to the shoes was new and identical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
thanks
but
for being here, Kelly.
One of the dudes got they think that. I mean, I gotta say, to me, it looks like the same dude, and it's not that he's a Fed, but in his little bio, that's what he aspires to be. To who he aspires to work
I saw
for.
that. Mm-hmm.
No, it's totally because it's part of that picture. They're trying to paint people as, bad people that aren't, where you've got to go get this other that can do that stupid little hand waving shit. And just want to.
Yeah, it's the morning for Kelly. Have a good morning, Kelly. Yeah, I don't usually put it out in my chat just because it's open. Well, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, if anybody ever wants a link to my Discord, please just email me because I'd love for more of you to be in there. You have a pretty good crowd over there, but it's all these things that kind of come up. That's part of the reason I don't share a ton of videos here, is because a lot of these things we've already have shared in my Discord and people have already kind of talked about and looked at. But if any of you are interested in links to these things or want to contribute, because everybody can post there too and share information, it's also a really good place to be able to be in direct communication if you don't have somebody's phone number or email or whatever. So consider emailing me for the link to my Discord.
Busy girl, that was fun. That's funny. She says, I can't listen to Salty outside because my neighbors can hear the F word fly. They already think I'm weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Definitely says the F word. But he's just repeating after the guys that are going after him, because they're like, get the F out of here. And Salt's like, get the F out of here. So it's like you get it double, you hear the guys doing it, and then he's in the background. Yeah. He's just so therapeutic.
Oh, it's funny to think that he was a teacher.
Therapeutic for me. I don't know what I'd do without Salt.
I think it's great that he was a teacher.
Yeah, I know. He was a kick-ass male teacher, just kick-ass. My kids had a great teacher too. Just an incredible. I've had some good male teachers too. They're always my favorite.
Yeah. Chrissy, I can help you with that if you need any help with figuring out Discord. It is a little awkward at first, especially because it's totally different on the computer than it is on a phone. So it's just weird to use. And I don't feel like it's very user-friendly on a computer. But once you figure out how to use it, it is a great place. Gilded is another one too.
I don't do Telegram or Discord or Twitter, but sometimes or TikTok. I don't do any of that shit. I don't have time for any.
Dee, I bet you'd like my Discord. You'd get tons of a lot of the things you share. You could post there, and then everything that I share, you could see too.
I might like yours because you actually are working on your community, so I might. But a lot of them aren't, and they're just a waste of time for me. And I don't have time like that. If somebody's working on their county problems and remedies, I want that information. But otherwise, I don't care about what else is going on. I can't. It's already coming at me in full force. So much. But people working on their communities, I'm trying to stay in those kind of groups. I've really condensed down my YouTube channels, and like I said, I don't do TikTok, Discord, or those other ones. I'm not even. I got an Instagram. I think I have like 12 pictures on there for the last 20 years. Whatever.
Yeah, that's like my Instagram too.
And
I think I have like 4 pictures or something.
All the young ones are even streaming on Instagram.
There's actually a lot of good information out on Instagram too, I will say. Because that's the main reason I even use it, is that people will send me links and I'll go and check it out. And then I'll go down like a rabbit hole of different channels and links that it recommends. And there is a lot of information out there for sure.
Where you been hanging out at, D-Dog?
My garden. There's a lot less people in
it. Wise. What is this, D-Dog? Something that needs to be shared?
I'll share it in regular. If anyone's interested in the WHO passport mess, the video I'm going to drop was dropped 5 hours ago.
Yeah. So, did you see my little aquaponics video, Indy, by chance?
No, but I'll go check it. I didn't even see that you had one, but I'll go check it out. I definitely am interested in aquaponics.
Yeah, I'm just starting it. So it's brand new.
Yeah.
Because I already have a pond there. So I just bought a little barrel thing and some rock and a couple little plastic things. And so I got to get a pump still. But that's going to be like a fun project when I'm not yelling at the camera. Uh-oh, somebody took my fucking avatar. Hold it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Somebody does
Hey,
that, don't
black
they?
sheep are the ones to listen to. I don't have to change mine now. I was trying to hide out. Nobody will find me. Nobody knows that avatar. Oh, look at Mr. Smarty Pants. Doesn't he think he's something? Huh? You, Ryan
Yeah.
Hall.
That video we were talking about earlier, Indy with Biden, and that him talking at that table, I found the unedited version.
Yeah. Can you share it?
Yeah, if you want. I mean, it's on YouTube, so they've got a copy of it on YouTube. It's the unedited to toast, so that way you can hear what he said after it, because he says it. He goes, "Okay, all joking aside."
Yeah,
And
I
then
haven't seen this one. Is this one? How long is it? Is it just like a minute or something, or
as far as to get that point, yeah, it's within 30 seconds. You'll get the point, or you can listen to the whole 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay, great.
But if you want,
yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it anyway. I bet there's others who haven't, or maybe I'll find out it is something I've seen. But
Yeah, I see Ryan Hall all the time, but I don't watch his stuff. Is he? I don't know what his jam is. I forget what he talks about.
Can you make it big screen or full screen? Yeah.
did they do the whole screen? I did the whole screen. Okay.
Potato Head. Oh, God.
I was just thinking.
When was this rescue?
I started off without you.
2 days, 3 days
I
ago.
told a lot of state secrets and a lot of very important things that we share.
Look at the people just
now, all
laughing
kidding
at
aside,
us.
look, we're teaming up to design and develop new technology that are going to transform the lives of our people.
See, and that's where did you hear it okay?
Yeah, go back, do it one more time.
Sorry. The guy next to him was funny too.
I was just thinking, anyway, I started off without you. And I sold a lot of state secrets and a lot of very important things that we shared. Now, all kidding aside, look, we're teaming up to design and develop new technology that are going to transform the lives of our people.
What is wrong with this man? Like,
And even if you're joking, you got to say, because I mean, there's with everything that's behind it, it's like, you really were saying the truth. It's just, ain't no joking aside.
Yeah. That sexual casting actor is really good, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's like the whole thing, though. If it's really an actor, it's really not him, then why is he saying these things? Because, then it goes into the whole, like, is it really just a slow exposing of the ridiculousness of our system? Or, you know what I mean?
It's definitely not. He doesn't have the same color eyes or ears. That's just not even debatable. But is he, what's the point of putting somebody that's incompetent? If you're going to have him look like him, why can't he be competent too? Why does he got to be a fucking
That's what I mean.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't think he's faking. I think he's just being pushed out there as sacrificial lamb now. He served their person. They've already got so much stuff in play, and if nothing stops them, they're in full swing. So they don't need him really anymore, and they're slowly pushing him out there. So when it comes time for the sacrifice, there you go.
Well, they already turned around and pushed him in front of the bus. Pretty soon he'll be under it.
Yeah.
But do you think it's even him? Do you see what I'm saying? If it's not him, then it's being done intentionally. What's that guy from The Godfather? I said this a long time ago. For a long time, I've thought that, like, now I cannot think of his name. Hyman Roth?
Robert De Niro?
No, it's a character. It's a character in I think it's the third Godfather. But it's that older man, right? And he's in Cuba, I believe. And he's acting like he's deathly ill and that he's losing his, facilities and everything. But really, he's like the one that's working and playing everybody else.
Oh, that must be based on a true story, because there's actually a true mobster out of New York that's that way. They wheeled him out, and he's all free pulling, but yet he can.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Caught on
so
film.
If it's not actually him, then why is it someone that's acting so ridiculous? And if it is actually him, then I don't know.
He can't be Indy. He doesn't have the same color eyes.
I don't know.
There's a mask that's been shown. Like, there's just way too much.
Maybe
it's
busy.
irrelevant but it's all, because it doesn't really matter. They
Yeah,
have so
right,
many,
Well,
Carl?
just think it's going to get worse with AI now.
they have so many people that could do doppelgangers. Hollywood, they all have stunt doubles. I'm not saying it's a clone. I'm just saying that ain't him for sure. I'm convinced it's not him. It doesn't matter if other people believe it or not. I just think in my mind, my gosh, if you're going to have somebody that looks like him, why
He
can't you
actually
have
does,
somebody
Ziggy.
that
Good
doesn't
point.
have a brain too? I don't understand.
Well, he
It's like
was, Carl,
atomized.
wasn't? Yeah, didn't he? I mean, but didn't they do surgery on him? I think there's even a video of him talking about how they drilled into his skull, and I think he had some surgeries, and I mean,
Oh, yeah.
that's my understanding of it. So, okay, so all of you who think that it's not him, then what's so are they just slow rolling to get to the 25th Amendment, or you know what I mean? What's it called?
Okay, how about this, Indy? Did you ever look up on Ancestry.com about Bill and Melinda Gates? They're
On
supposedly
Ancestry?
so let's say they are dead. Why would the deep state, if there is
I've
such a
heard that,
thing,
Tats.
okay, why would they do it? There's 3 big lies that I've been thinking about this week. I just watched a documentary on the Titanic where they switched that in the Olympic or whatever.
Olympic.
And then I've watched the Will and
Excuse me.
Testament of George Harrison, which was pretty compelling that Paul McCartney was replaced. And then
Thank you,
you've got
Busy,
the
and
moon
brain
landing.
aneurysm.
You've got the moon landing. You've got all these big whopper lies. So why do they do that stuff? Because like with Paul McCartney or with anybody that has a big foundation or like the Gates, they have all this money, they have all this power, like Clinton too. Hillary
Well, I
Clinton.
will say the 3 you mentioned, though, are actually different, D, because, like,
They're all different. Yeah.
well, I mean, it's just, well, with George Harrison, he's a band member. It's kind of like, who was it that just came out? Was it Six that just came out for Motley Crue and then started exposing how a lot of the fake stuff. So that stuff's coming. Moon and, what's fake and how do you know what's fake? Like, how do you say this footage is fake, but that footage isn't? How can you digitally tell which is which?
We'd have to watch the same exact footage to really truly debate it, because I've probably watched maybe.
Well, no, I mean any though. Just how do you discern when you see a footage, and it's any, not just what any footage you see in anybody,
sued.
but like whenever you see this footage, how do you know which footage is the real and which is the fake?
Well, we don't
Dee,
know.
did you see these comments? Sorry, did you see these comments from Kino and from Connie? I think that's something that a lot of people don't really know a lot about.
Yeah, I thought about streaming. It's long. It's an hour and 45 minutes long, but they tried to verify the voice by 3 different verifications. It's never been authenticated, but he goes through this whole story with every album, every picture, everything he's laying out just makes sense. I mean, it's insane. It was really devastating, actually. Don't watch it. I actually seen Paul McCartney or Billy Spears or whoever. My husband took me to see him right before COVID in
hell, I was a Wings fan even.
San Diego. Man, it was an incredible show. Oh my gosh, I've got great footage of. It was so great, but it doesn't matter. I'm trying not to get all caught up in all this stuff, but the point is there's a lot of lies. We're definitely, I think no one would deny, we're surrounded in a sea of lies. We've all found out some lies in our lifetime that were pretty big, I mean, for sure. So, it just makes it more. There's also Trump talking about central casting. These 2 mouthpieces are actresses.
Right, Carl?
Jean Pierre and the Raggedy Ann chick. So I don't know. That's the only thing that does make sense to me. Later, D-Dog, is that they're just we're vacant, so they take up
Much
the
love,
vacant.
D-Dog. Hold on one second. D-Dog, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. Sorry I missed your comment out there,
brother.
but always love when you come up and hang out with us.
Memories of Billy Shears.
Make it a good day, bud.
Oh. Yeah, it's
I
really
don't know about
creepy.
that.
It's on BitChute. You can go find that. It's called The Last Will and Testament of George Harrison. I forget who does it, but once they roll it, it goes for an hour and a half, 45 minutes of him just laying out his whole journey from the beginning with the Beatles. And I was just like, damn, I kind of wish I never watched it. However,
Did it ruin the Beatles for you?
Well, I mean, they've already been ruined. They're dark. I also seen an album that I had never seen before that I recently seen with the Beatles and some babies and some creepy. You ever see that one? Creepy. Man,
What did say that again? It was a video with the Beatles and babies?
no, it was the album cover that
Oh, the
they
album cover, sorry.
switched out. And I don't know if it was the White Album or not. It was going to be the White Album. What was the White Album? It was an album, Beatles album with a bunch of babies. And they were also it was grim. It was grim, just put it that way. It's like all white and some babies and some blood.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll have to look at that. Honestly, I've never been a big Beatles fan, so
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I was indoctrinated with Sunday. What was it called? Breakfast with the Beatles on. Well, it wasn't WLS and it wasn't WXRT.
It's the Butcher cover.
B96.
Okay.
I don't know, one of those Midwest channels, in Chicago. And every Sunday morning, man, my mom was playing. I know every Beatles song. They're fun to play, super easy. You can play, but yeah, they don't. It's like when I listen to Grateful Dead anymore. I walked out of my last Grateful Dead concert, and every once in a while, like my husband and I will be on a road trip, and we'll throw on an old Dead CD or something, and it's like it starts off, and we're like, oh, we're singing along, and then we just start feeling icky, and we're just like, no, it's just icky. It's icky now. It's something just icky, and I'm not going to enjoy them, and I don't have to enjoy them. There's far better music out there. I want the heavenly music, I want the heavenly sounds. I don't want the fake Satan trying to sound like God. And no, their music is, the Butcher cover, it's called.
Well, I'm really enjoying, getting to know so many different independent artists and, kind of hearing all these different styles that like I haven't really listened to in a long time because I got tired of hearing the mainstream music, and so I just kind of listened to what I knew.
Yep. Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pa, I can't even watch anything now without like seeing symbolism or an agenda being pushed, or go back and watch anything that I'd seen before.
Right. We're tainted now, Indy. It's
once you see, you can't unsee type thing.
Yeah. But I'd still rather know the truth. That's where the frustration lies for me. It's like, I don't want to be upset at my family. It's hard to not be upset at Americans that are not engaged, at least a little bit. You know what I mean? But it doesn't. A lot of patriots, when they first join the movement, or some just stay stuck in that mode of being really pissed off and really angry at other people,
I'll check it out, Twisted.
Yeah. Zach Williams. Oh, I love Zach Williams.
That name sounds familiar, but I'll look him up. Chainbreaker. Okay.
Yeah, I almost didn't even. You were talking my language tonight when you were talking about. I can't remember right before I came in because it was sounding like your family was tired of hearing all the same stuff, And I was like, oh, because I was thinking about coming to say hi, and of course I saw D-Dog on there, and I thought, oh, that would be fun. Rescue's fun, and it was a good panel, a good chat, and it's kind of long. I knew you'd been on a while, and I wasn't sure if you're going to be on. And then I thought, oh, I could get on and talk with you about it because I didn't want to come on and bring that up and be a downer. You know what I mean? Because like people definitely they don't fare well when I'm depressed or sad, which, is understandable. But not that I'm here to make people fare well, but you know what I mean? We want to have good energy, right? We don't want to be making people sad or That can be,
which is like a fine line because it's like I feel like I'm pretty black pilled when it comes to things. I mean, really, I see this as like an ultimate battle of good versus evil is what it all comes down to at the root, and we know who wins that battle. So like that's where my hope comes from and why I can like not just crawl into a hole because I do think things are going to get really dark. I don't think that there's anybody working behind the scenes to save us, that there's this big plan, and I don't believe that that's the case. But I do think that it's possible that it's possible that there is someone, because God, if he wants it to be that way, then it's that way, But with where I think we're at in things, I don't think it's going to get better. I think it's going to get worse.
Our God does more with less. Amen. I mean,
well, yeah, definitely.
He actually requires less. He's kind of a show off. Not kind of. He's a major show off. Our God is a major show off, and he does more with less. He doesn't want us to get the glory. Like some people think that, we got to get to critical mass. We got to get all together. We got to get everybody on board. No, we don't. Actually, we just got to be obedient when the timing is right.
There's a lot that won't. That's in the book.
Yeah.
There's a lot that's already there. So
I've seen some stuff about Revelation with the scorpions and a third of the population being wiped out, and there's definitely a lot of theories about where we're at in the timeline also with the Bible, and things that I'm certainly questioning, things I was rock solid on and studied about. I'm still sure of what I believed, but I am also questioning. You know what I mean? I'm questioning. Like I've had people at me like, "Oh no, we've already gone through the millennial age," and
to me it doesn't matter.
Kinds of stuff, huh?
To me, it doesn't matter the end goal. I mean, just as long as your relationship's right and you're right, then it won't matter if it's tomorrow, if it's in 10 years, if it's in 2 months. It doesn't matter, because that's if you go with the book and you believe and your faith is strong and that's the word, then you know what's happening, you know what's going to happen. So that shouldn't really be the concern. So the concern would be the focus of the daily, and it's just that's why I've worked on the person that I am. That's what's changed my language and choice of words. So because that's to me the important part. Once you kind of realize, I mean, well, okay, this is the thing. I mean, I can walk out the door and pass away or something. So it might just even have to do with this. You just got to get, I guess as the good old short phrase would be, you got to get right.
Yeah. Yep. Amen.
Because then that's part of all that stuff. All that stuff just it's like, well, yeah, but what about that? Well, if you're what if and all that outside stuff, but you're not taking care of your house, you got to take care of you.
Right. Well, for me, I know that's how a lot of people
and
feel.
I didn't mean you like you. I just meant you as in me.
I think a lot of people didn't have too many impacts. Fair enough to say. I mean, I was fired and arrested. So for me, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, if I were to just stop.
Girl, I've been to prison twice.
Streaming and stop sharing and give up on going back to city council with affidavits and talking to them and just like totally ignored everything.
Oh no, that's your local stuff. See, that's part of your house. That's your local stuff.
I'm trying to make a point.
Right, Carl?
I think it would kill me inside. I don't think I could do it. I literally don't think I could pretend to not want to do what I've been doing. And it's not consuming me to a point where I don't have joy still. Like I'm fine. It doesn't consume me to where I can't enjoy life. I'm not paralyzed. I feel like I'd be paralyzed if I wasn't doing all of this, all the website work. So much stuff I feel like is maybe a waste of time to a lot of other people, but to me it's like, no, this is our country. This is important right now.
And our God-given rights.
History. I'm just documenting history. I'm just documenting history with my stream, and I'm trying to be a voice for Humble. What happened? I don't know what's going on. Just trying to be a voice for Humble, because they lie about everything. And that's it. And that's all I'm doing. And then I try to take on all this other stuff, and I maybe have just spread myself too thin, and trying to focus on one thing is an impossibility because these assholes are connected into everything. They're all doing it all, and it's so but it's day by day, and I'm just like, I don't have any overwhelming pressure on me, because I will not put that pressure on me. I will not put any timeline on myself. It's God's timing every day. Whatever he's got for me, that's it. And that's the only way I can do this. That is the
Yeah,
only way I can.
I'm with you on that. That's something I feel like that's like been a big message that's been pushed through in the last couple years for me, is like really coming to a place of, okay, you know what? Like God's will be done. It's going to be that way anyway. What am I worrying about? You know, I still can worry and get anxiety and stress out about things, especially, I mean, my main concern this whole time has been for my kids, you know, like what they're going to have to face and what the world's going to be like for them. You know, they're little, like that's a pretty terrifying thing to think about. But nonetheless, that's still the fear I struggle with, like giving over to God. You know what I mean? Like that one's a tough one for me. But even with that, I can come back to the place of God's will is going to be done. You know, like I can, when I really think about it, I can get to a place of trust with that. But, you know, it's that instinct in me. It's just, that's where my fear comes in, really. That's my only fear. I don't fear for myself. I fear for their future, you know?
Lately, I've been thinking about Hebrews chapter 11 lately. A lot, you know, it's referred to as Hebrews 11 is the Hall of Faith. It's a good read for all of us who are in this fight, because the whole read is about people who were promised by God things that they actually didn't see come to fruition in their lifetime, but those promises were kept. Those promises were kept, from Abraham having ancestors, the stars of the sky, to I don't even know. It's the whole book, the whole chapter 11. It's known as the Hall of Faith in the Bible, Hebrews chapter 11. And if you're in this fight, I just want to encourage you that also
we're working hard at it, Ghost.
also that, and how our story will be in the Bible, how it will sound.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I hope it's like, and Dee was a mighty warrior for God, and she didn't let anybody who tried to tell her to quit. You know, like that kind of thing. And that's how I think it's important for us to see ourselves how God sees us, and how we're going to be in the book of life. Our names are in the book of life. That's what I pray for my enemy when I can't pray for anything else, because there's, you know, they're my enemy for whatever reason. We got a problem, right? But I could pray, God, I know your heart for them is that their name is in the book of life and it won't be blotted out. And that's it sometimes. That's all I got.
Hold on one second, Dee. Yeah, no, I agree. Rescue, are you able to pull this up, this link?
No, because I
I can grab it.
If you can grab it and put it in private chat, I could.
Yeah. Dee, are you doing that, or can I do that?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'll try to get it for you.
Because I can't get it from up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, that didn't come back to
unless, hold on, I'll grab it. I think I got it. Hey, it's the little engine that could, man. I think I can.
I love that, Twisted.
Will get you removed from the tree of life.
Okay, so what's the 225?
The book of life. I'm speaking of the book of life and your name in it. That was my prayer for my children always too, Indy, that their names were in the book of life and would not be blotted out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a damn good show. Yeah. They're funny, but they're a little too into themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because they're so
we're
beautiful.
going 450. Well, I guess it's going to be the song that this boy sings.
Come on, boys, sing to us and make us feel good. We need some cheering up.
what a
Doesn't he
gift!
we
My
want to see
goodness.
the golden buzzer.
No,
He gets
you.
the golden buzzer. Let's see it. Come on, let's see it.
Right,
Oh,
Carl?
standing low. Wow. Unbelievable.
Oh, look at that!
This
So what if
There he goes.
if
There he
all
goes.
4 of them agree, then
No,
they
one
push
of
the
them.
gold one
No,
in the middle?
only.
Is what happens?
No, each one
Okay.
gets one golden buzzer at a time.
Malachi.
right, songbird.
Right? That's what it is.
There's only one word I could use to describe that. Golden.
There we go.
It's a fast track.
You good now, right?
It's a fast
We got
track.
all the little golden flakes coming down.
Oh, that was awesome. Wow. Oh, thank you for playing the rest of that. That was so cool.
Yeah, that was fun. That's beautiful. What a gift! My goodness, yeah.
Man,
Did he get
that
signed on
kid,
by
like,
Disney? Oh, that's a shame.
I hope he stays
That's
away
nice.
from Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope.
Jesus, please. They seem like a pretty solid
Son,
family.
that kid had some pipes, man.
What,
He had
some
range.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Inspire you or drain you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let me read this, what Foamy said. People inspire you or they drain you. Pick them wisely. Turn your wounds into wisdom. Your future needs you, not your past. The quieter you becomes more that you can hear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the quieter, sorry, I read that wrong. The quieter you become, more you can hear. There we go. Yeah.
That's true. That's
Awesome.
why I get quiet.
Yep.
Gotta get quiet sometimes.
Yeah.
So now, what was this golden buzzer? The golden buzzer is like that's an automatic. You're a done deal. I don't know. I don't
It's
watch
a
any
fast
TV.
track. Well,
I ain't watched TV in years.
Right.
I have
Yeah,
never
exactly.
watched that. Yeah, I haven't watched that show all the way, like through a whole season or anything, but
Yeah.
they do, like, they have to compete. Like Survivor, you know how they get picked off? So I don't know. I think they have to earn their way up and up and up. But when you get a golden ticket, it's like you're a finalist already.
Oh, okay.
Bypass a lot of the harder work, something like that.
So okay, so it's like he would have just like got a vote, and then that would have been carried on through a bunch, and he might have moved on or might not. But you get the golden buzzer, you're automatically move on.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
And he's in the final.
I know that kid just deserved, like, he needs to go. Somebody needs to just let him do him and record him in the process.
He'll probably win. Most of that song was at the God frequency, 963 hertz or what? HC hertz. Yeah, that
okay.
was.
There, William said each judge only has one golden buzzer that they can spend.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So he used his. I remember there was another kid one time, and she got up and sang the guitar and sang a little song about herself being some cute little kid. I can't remember what she was. And then his balls dropped.
And life changed. And happens to all of them.
Yeah, once those balls drop, I mean, I don't know if he'll be able to sing like that his whole life. You know what I mean? That does.
D-Dog said most of the song was at the God frequency, 963 hertz.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, did you just put that back there?
Yeah,
Indy?
I did. Are you able to pull that up? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you want me to.
That'd be great. I just thought we could put that up.
No, so you want me to turn it down?
Yeah, just like to the lowest, and we can kind of adjust it from there.
got you. So you're just gonna do this for background.
Yep. You guys are cracking me up. Yeah. Well, do you know what that song was? Does it say? I don't know if it said the title in that link.
It's probably
Good to see
Italian.
you, Hugh.
Wasn't it like opera?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's usually an
Let's see.
Italian, right? Not like opera. It was opera.
Right.
I would say he was singing opera.
Let's
But
see.
maybe not. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. So that's
It
the
was
thing.
okay. It says that he was saying the most angelic rendition of. I'm going to totally butcher this because I'm some redneck in East Texas. It's almost like Pi Jesus, but it doesn't finish Jesus. But it's like Pi Jesu, but with the apostrophe. So I don't know how you pronounce that, but whatever song that is.
Probably P.A. Jesus.
Okay.
And I don't remember what I don't remember what P.A. means, but Jesus is Jesus. So
I'm a redneck in the woods.
P.A. I'm guessing like maybe holy, but I really don't know. I'm a redneck in the woods. What'd you say?
That's it.
I don't know. I'm right there with you. We probably go to town about the same.
Okay, I looked it up. It means merciful Jesus. P.A. is mercy. Merciful Jesus. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I have. Oh, I think I just found the translation of the lyrics. Let's see what it says.
Uh-oh.
You guys want to hear it? If I find it?
Yeah. My husband put a funny meme up the other day with David playing his harp, and it said David torturing Saul with his rendition of "Smoke on the Water" over and over again. It was pretty funny.
All right, how's that volume, guys? Tell me in the chat if it's too low or too high.
A little low.
Okay, so the lyrics said, merciful Jesus, repeated. Father who takes away the sins of the world, grant them rest, grant them rest. Merciful Jesus, Father who takes away the sins of the world, grant them rest, grant them rest. Lamb of God, Father who takes away the sins of the world, grant them rest, everlasting, everlasting rest.
All right, wow.
Beautiful.
That kid could sing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Anti put up a thing on it too.
What is it?
The pie Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus pie. Okay. It's a text from the hymn Die Irae and is often included in musical settings of the Requiem Mass as a motet. The phrase means bless Jesus in vocative. I have no idea what this side's into. I missed something in chat.
Snakes and cowboys. Oh, listen to an interview today.
Yeah, I agree. There's something to this frequency, all the frequency they talk about. It makes sense. I mean, we're made of water. I think that's part of the knowledge that's been hidden from us.
TT1. Coop Gang. What's up, buddy?
They used to have a piano in every classroom, and kids all play piano. I mean, you should see the second grade piano book I got. I'm like, second grade? What the heck, And I just
twisted.
It's just sad because they don't really encourage music playing in school anymore. And when you think about how the ballets and the operas and the music that they being the super wealthy, have reserved that for themselves, to go hear that kind of music, to go hear the symphonies. It's not like homeless people are really going to hear that. As a matter of fact, they've made it to where people can't even perform on the streets in California much anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
But I'm sure they had a huge pride parade. Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't
You know it.
stopped.
Oh, honey, you know it. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's like that is more of our culture that has been, and it does dumb us down because music. They've proven that classical music, that's a great aid when you're studying or trying to focus or concentrate. Putting on classical music.
Yeah.
I always had my kids listening
Busy.
to music when they went to sleep and stuff.
Yeah, we play a lot of music, and in our classrooms we did too. In our school, the school I was at, but
Oh yeah,
maybe that's a little different.
No, but that's good though. The kids do get music in school. It's important. They need it.
Oh,
They
yeah.
sing songs at the public school. Did you guys sing that coconut soap song? That they were always singing some coconut soap song about
I
hygiene.
don't know about the coconut soap.
Kids would wash their bodies and then they wash their hair with coconut soap, and it was just this whole song.
Is that on Busy? Is that on YouTube? You let me know in the chat because I can try to find it. I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yeah, do you still teach? Yeah, I think Indy does still teach it. You off for the summer though now?
I am off for the summer. Yep. Yeah, I've heard ideas about it being from the vibration of the voice, of God's voice. I kind of think that makes sense to me.
Nice. Yeah.
TT1. Oh yeah, I love that movie. That would be a good one to rewatch.
Which one?
Frequency.
I never seen it.
It's about well, it's kind of complicated, but it's basically about this guy who uses either a ham or a CB radio, and he ends up being able to communicate with the past, his father in the past, on the same radio. It's kind of like a time loop type thing that they are able to connect through this radio, and it's like there's a mystery involved and a lot of drama and probably some romance and stuff in there too. I don't remember, but but it's a really good movie. But I bet there's some.
They started getting better.
In
Guy movies have chick scenes, and chick scenes have chick movies.
Right? Yeah.
It's like, oh, this scene's for you, honey. I don't even. Yeah, I haven't watched a movie in so long. I can't even think the last movie I watched. The Chosen. I was watching The Chosen, but I guess that's a movie. It's a series.
Morning, Hugh. Yeah, I am. That's the Bible study we've been doing. Kind of doing has been on The Chosen. Yeah, and I really have enjoyed what I've seen of it. I guess there's some I don't know. There's like everything. There's controversy around it.
Oh,
but
indeed.
I've enjoyed what I've seen of it so far.
Right on, Tats.
Yeah.
See, that's when I grew up. You were taught you could be anything you wanted to be. You could do anything you wanted to do. You just put in the work. Study it, learn it, whatever. Yeah, kids nowadays aren't encouraged.
That'd be great.
Higher than the angels.
Hey, Indy, I think I'm gonna go lay down. But what I'm gonna do is I can just mute myself and I'll take my camera off and then just kick me out whenever you get done with your stream.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I don't think we'll go very much longer, but yeah, thank you for that.
Right behind them.
No worries. Everybody in chat, make your day a good day tomorrow.
Love you, brother. Good night.
Remember, you're in the
Good
driver's
night,
seat.
SQ.
Yes, ma'am.
Love you
Thanks,
lots.
Indy. Good to
Thank
see you, Dee.
Of course. Good to see you.
Of
course, I travel. I don't drive. I travel.
Hey, Buff, will you send me?
Working on it. The coconut soap song? Oh my gosh, the coconut soap song. I miss hearing the kids sing it. I was living my best life, Indy, when I was cooking for those kids. And then I would go to the senior center right next door and play the piano. It was the greatest life, Indy. And then COVID came.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I don't really know what people expect we're supposed to do. We're supposed to do people really
I
want
think
us to keep fighting, or do they want us to just give up and stop? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I care what people want, because I'll keep fighting anyway, but it just seems like
Yeah.
people want us to just stop. It just sucks. That's frustrating too,
Mm-hmm. I love that, Twisted. We were higher than the angels, hence the heavenly revolt. We were something special. Well, we still are something special. It's just that we've forgotten.
We're definitely
Or I
something
should,
special. We actually judge the angels as well, is what the Bible says. We will judge the angels. I don't see it here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Coconuts.
mm-hmm.
Gosh, I miss those kids so much.
Thank you, Dizzy, for checking out that video and sending it to me. I bet I can find it. But thank you. Oh, D dog. Dang it. Always brings up baby shark. Chrissy Cat, have a good night. Thanks for being here. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. I've been praying for you. I'll continue to be praying for you as you recover. I haven't watched the Hodge twins in a while. I should check them out again. They kind of fell off my radar. Yeah, Chrissy, if you're still listening, thank you for emailing me. That'd be great. I'd love to help you out with that.
With coconut soap.
You're over there jamming out to coconut soap. All right, I'll have to find that one. Maybe
Wash
my kids will
my
like it.
tummy. Wash my chest. Coconut soap.
I actually do like coconut soap, so it's kind of ironic.
No, it's the greatest song. It's like, yeah, half the kids wash up in coconuts. That's great. It's better than Procter and Gamble or some crap. Good toothpaste.
Yeah, I agree, Pa. It's good to
Music.
be acting locally.
Yeah, when I was homeschooling my kids when they were younger, preschool age, we had geography songs. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, and Neptune, and Venus. I don't forget it. And we had all the oceans, and everything I could find in a song or music, we did it. We
Mm-hmm.
did it, and they loved it. They learned all kinds of things with songs. It was great. Some of them are like on old cassettes, and I would like to find some of those on digital. There was some good ones, but I don't have any grandkids yet, so it's not looking good either. It's not looking good just yet, but they're still young, so 26 and 24.
Oh yeah, they've got time. People are waiting longer and longer, and I mean, can you blame them right now?
No, I'm glad they're alone. They both had one boyfriend and one girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
and but yeah, people are just, these young kids are not. They're a mess. They're a mess.
Everybody's a mess. I mean, really, aren't we all a mess right now? Like in one way, shape, or form. I mean, it's crazy. But think about like how much has happened in the last few years, and like I did not think when I started, I don't know, with getting into the depths of everything, probably 2.5 years ago. No, like 3 years ago. I didn't think we'd be where we are now. You know what I mean? I didn't think we'd still have as much as we have right now as far as rights go. I thought it was going to all go and happen a lot faster. So, we have some things to be thankful for. For sure.
Yeah, did you think that the internet was just going to go out and we would just
Yeah.
and energy?
Oh yeah.
Look, and then some people in Texas a couple years ago, they were getting like $10,000 electric bills,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, they're doing that here too now. We got a $2,000 back bill with some bullshit excuse why, and it's not even from PG&E. It's through Redwood Coast Action Agency, and they're going to double tax people who
Thanks,
can
William.
afford to pay it, so they can go give it to people who can't. Because that's what that agency does. They pay people's utility bills.
Redistribution of wealth.
Subsidized here, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, there's always hope. There's always hope, and even when it looks hopeless, it's just like when we're the weakest, God can make us strongest. So even individually as people. So even
well, definitely. I think that's when he makes us strongest, is usually when we're at our weakest, And I do believe that. I think that, whether it's some catastrophic global event that happens, or whether it's a shift situation for people on an individual basis, or some combination of the two, if whatever God's will is going to happen, so that's where my hope comes in. I think things can get really messy, but that doesn't change my hope in how this turns out in the long run, but that's where the fear comes in for my kids. Like, I just don't want them to suffer,
No parent does, for sure. That's the worst. I mean,
yeah, but plenty of kids do, and that's where that's the part.
Yeah, I mean, I watched my 5-month-old go through cancer, have his left eye removed.
Good call, Twisted. Yeah, exactly.
That was shocking for me, but he's 26 years old, and he's had 7 prosthetic eyes, and it's fun. We make fun now, he's Uno.
I love that.
And he's a great kid. I mean, he's cool, and it did make us stronger, like Twisted.
Yeah, I was just going to read this. Twisted said, July of last year, my daughter was on life support with a 10% chance of surviving, and prayers from all around this world kicked us ass. I felt that, Twisted, for sure. Like, I could tell. I mean, I was there praying for her and all of you, and I knew there were a ton of people praying right alongside me all over the world. And he said, I didn't question faith, I doubled down. And that's what I feel like. I feel like that's the point I think a lot of us are being brought to, of like, whatever way we need to act when the time comes to do more, I think we're all going to know. And whether that's on an individual basis or as a whole, I think that, if you're in touch with the Holy Spirit, then God's going to let us know what needs to be done.
Amen.
I love it. I met my daughter's first boyfriend with a Glock on each hip. That's awesome. D-Dog shared Isaiah 41:13. For I am the Lord your God, who takes hold of your right hand and says to you, do not fear, I will help you. Amen.
Amen.
Twisted said, almost losing my daughter made me find myself again. Yeah, I bet.
Imagine. Horrible. Scary.
Yep, exactly, Carl. I have total faith because I know it's all by his design and will be exactly as he planned. D-Dog shared Thessalonians 5:11. Therefore encourage one another and build up each other, as indeed you are doing. Amen. 1 Thessalonians, 5:11. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's been the silver lining. I say this a lot, but of all of this has been, I mean, having the veil taken off and being, aware of reality. That is a silver lining, even though it doesn't always feel like it. And then, through that process, being able to fellowship and know all of you and, all of the people I've gotten to connect with and ask the questions with and kind of come alongside, And that I do see that as God bringing us together, Some people think it's AI or the algorithms, but I think it's the Holy Spirit at work.
Yeah, because they kept us from each other.
Right. Yeah. With, that whole saying, you'll know them by their fruits.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a positive fruit. So I think it's coming from a positive source.
Yeah. It's hard to think about the last 3 years and just move forward. I'll never be the same. And a lot of people are like, my husband isn't that different. You know, it doesn't seem like my kids were both affected, but everyone's just moving on, you know.
Yeah. D-Dog shared Jeremiah 17:5-8. Thus says the Lord, cursed is the man who trusts in man and makes flesh his strength, whose heart departs from the Lord. Yep. We're not going to be able to do it on our own, no matter what it is.
No. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't play the piano, Indy. I mean, seriously, that's what I do with all of my hurts and all of my emotions. I don't know how people that don't play an instrument really deal with it. You know, it's like, it's not the same to be listening as it is to be playing. Like, I know there's a difference, you know, but
Mhm.
it's, you know, not everybody's also, you know, plays an instrument, but not everybody does. We all have different things, but we need outlets, is what I'm saying. And,
Yeah, definitely.
you know, I just wish people did play music more. I used to, 20, 30 years ago when I moved to Humboldt County, that was something that, I mean, we always went off to the woods. And matter of fact, we would go up to a spot not far from here by my property. I never would imagine I'd ever live up here on the other side of the ridge, but we would go up to this ridge and look out over 299 and bring our drums and guitars, and everybody played. Everybody played. You know, at those hippie gatherings, anybody can beat a drum. You know what I mean? Or like,
Oh yeah, drum circles is the best.
guitar. What else?
Yeah.
Tambourines. You know, there's lots of instruments where it's like you really don't even have to know how to read music to play it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But there's that guy Andrew Reich on TV. I don't know if you've seen him yet, but he's a maestro, a conductor. And if you haven't
What's his
seen
name?
Andrew Reich, I think he is incredible, you guys. He's from Austria, and he goes to all these amazing places in, you know, all over, like outdoor theaters and stuff. Like, and what's cool is some of his footage. I don't know if I can drop a link in your thing. If anybody knows his, let me see if I can get his last name. He's so incredible. He has a whole orchestra that travels with him. And you want to talk about some fun music to really just uplift you. It's incredible. You can't play it on here or you'll get struck down because it's copyrighted for sure. But he's got one, and it's on my favorite is it's Shostakovich Waltz Number 2. And I mean, his whole orchestra, they dress up. The ladies are in the finest dresses and the men are in tuxedos. But what's cool is in a lot of the places where he plays, like overseas in Europe and stuff, there's outdoor seating and they're like eating on the perimeters of it. But in the middle, they're just, you know, they're just as the audience there. But it's like interactive in some ways. But if you haven't seen it, I hope I can find it and share it with you because he's incredible. And he's come to America this year. We were going to go see him. He was going to be in Vegas, but I bet I missed him. Andrew Reich. Oh, and he also plays the violin. I'll bet it's a strata. What's it called? Not stratosphere.
Stratocaster? I don't know anything about
It's that violin, you guys, that high-end strata something.
Yeah, I do not know. I'll check that out.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
I think it's Reich. He's Austrian. Andrew Reich.
That's awesome, Pa. I like that you guys play music for them. That's great. Twisted says I'm going to need a joint after this because it kind of feels like a therapy session.
Stradivarius.
Stradivarius. People are in chat are smarter than I am.
Thank you. I got the
How do you guys
Stradivarius.
all know this?
Because we have smart people in your chat. That's how come. Stradivarius. Of course. Thank you, guys. Al Bundy. Hi, honey.
Good to see you, Al.
Come on, Al. Andrew, where are ya? I've been playing this song lately, just the last 2 days. That's a good one. It is well. Pretty sure that's it.
I love that song. If it's the old hymn.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
This one's a little different. This one's a little different. Yeah, it starts off grandeur earth shakes before. It's just totally different, but it has this same stanza from it as well.
Okay.
You could play spoons then, Twisted Tat. Have you seen the spoon lady? I seen her video. It said, "So what if I ain't got any teeth? I could play spoon." You know what? She did a great video last month talking about YouTube relationships and stuff. It was actually really good. She was like talking about how she doesn't think we're meant to have super deep relationships with everybody on YouTube, but how we do have some, you know. It was cool. I think she was dealing with some trolls. I can't believe I can't find this guy. Oh well.
Well, I mean, it's just like in every part of life, you can't always be super close with everybody. Yeah, Abby the Spoon Lady is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, Abby. I just seen her.
She did a live stream. Yeah, she did a live stream that I don't think she'd ever done live streams before. I was only able to catch part of it, but she's great.
Yeah, I was like,
she does like a kind of I think it's called Hobo House is the name of her house, but she has like a room they're building onto that will be for people who are traveling, and then she's going to kind of gather stories, and it sounds like try to publish a book of different stories. It sounds really neat. She seems like just a really great person in addition to playing great music.
Okay, yeah. So this is Andrew Wall. Let me show you this guy here. Let's see. This was 3 years ago. But this is the kind of production he does. Let's check this out. Let's see if you can see it. Oh, this isn't. Oh, my camera sucks for this. See the big crowd and everything?
Tilt your screen down a little bit.
Yeah, it's in my light of my.
There's just like a ring light.
Yeah, it's my camera light. I'm sorry. I'll just share it with you guys. Andrew Rye, R-I-E-U. Andre, I'm sorry. A-N-D-R-E-R-I-E-U. And I'll try to drop it in.
And what's the name of the song?
This one is my favorite. Yeah, this one's called The Second Waltz. And it is beautiful. I've shared it before, but it got me struck. It's just so beautiful how he engages the audience, and it's just quite a production. He puts on gigantic productions. I mean, these things I've never seen anything like it in my life. You know what I mean? There's a zoom out of it. It's like that's in Greece or something. Let me see. Try to do that again. That's like in Greece or Turkey or I don't know where. You can see how big it is. And he'll do them at night, and it's just outside. I don't know. The whole thing is just amazing. There it is. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, I'm so glad. Because that is some positive stuff. Like that kind of music. He does the classics. He does the opera. He's got some opera singers. He does funny.
Rayu, yeah. Andre Rayu, I think is how you say his name.
Okay, yeah, Rayu. Thank you. Yeah, he does such fun. I mean, talk about pure good fun. and you just feel smarter watching it. I mean, seriously, it's just like, wow. It just
Nice try,
does. I
anti.
do. Yeah, D and DD's jugs is too much for me to blow on. D and DD's. What is he talking about? The C person. Oh, you guys are talking about jugs. Oh, you are talking about jugs.
They are. It went from drum circles to jugs.
Well, leave it to the guys, and that's what it'll be. That's why they get to have their they need to have their cave rooms, their little smoking
Their
and
cave rooms.
and their locker rooms. And girls, we don't need to be around them every second of the day. There's just certain kind of talk they want to have, and they get to. They don't want to hear our shit about our births and breastfeeding and all that.
And IUDs.
They really don't. They just don't. They're sick of it too. Like, there's certain conversations that are meant for certain sexes, and we don't have to subject each other to it anymore. And I'm sorry I did, but really, I don't care. You can talk about boobs. No one cares. Nobody cares.
Well, they are.
They are life-giving. They provide sustenance to the infants. They're amazing. Talking about jugs and spoons. Oh, come on. You were setting us up. Don't try to pretend with me, Mr. Smarty Pants. That I'm calling bullshit right now. Bullshit, mama. What
We're
movie
getting
am
your
I?
Zen music back on. D-Dog's just sad he came down off panel. Well, now that we've had the fun bags discussion, what are you guys thinking? Do we want to stay and keep talking for a little bit?
It's up to you. I mean, I'm all right.
Anti's got his popcorn out.
Well, is D-Dog done with his Zoom meeting? He's so quiet, though. It's like, he'll get up here, and we'll all wait for him to say something, and we'll poke and prod. Like, well, what do you think? And then I'll get some cocky shit answer about chicken or some shit. And then it's like, oh, well, what do you think
Baby
about
Shark.
this specifically? Yeah, so, or that dumb song. And nobody got no patience for that, okay? No. I hate that song so much. I hate that song so much.
I know. It really
Like,
does
if you're
get stuck in my head
you work
still.
in a preschool, that like coconut soap's good, Baby Shark's bad. That's just the way it is, I learned tonight intrauterine explosive.
Intrauterine explosive devices splatter. Oh my goodness, you guys. Where are we taking this?
That's not an IUD.
No. He was mixing up the IUD and IED.
Oh, you know what? I watched an interesting video today. You guys might like to see this. I have to find it, but you probably could find it. Maybe some of you seen it. This kid that almost went on that submarine, he put out a video. He was there. He was supposed to go on it last time. No, he was scheduled to go on it 3 days ago.
Yeah. And he didn't go on it? He was the one that was supposed to and didn't?
He didn't go on it, but he had footage of himself on it. They were going to go do a test dive. And so he was in it and everything. And they were doing all these tests on the check systems and stuff. And they were having failed things. So they didn't go through with the dive. And he was like, my God, he was crazy. He had one of the guy's last autographs. Yeah, this footage was 3 days before the divers went down on Sunday, right? Because he was with them. But the seas were really Oh my gosh, this guy was such a cutie. Him and his girlfriend, they were young. They were really young. And they, you know what, the first thing they did when they got to Atlanta, or to, where did they go? Orlando, I think. Or no, I don't know where the heck they went. They went somewhere, and to get closer, they went to a flower shop and bought a wreath. They had a wreath arranged for the survivors of the Titanic. I mean, it was really thoughtful, and they did get to do that because they were on a big boat at first, and then they went to get on that little submarine thing, and so he was in it, and like they were about to go down, but he did not. Yeah, he did not get to do it, and so I thought it was very good. It was only like 24 minutes. It was like, shit, man. He had such a great attitude about it too. You know, he was like, man, this will just tell you how anything can happen, and every moment is a good, you know. He just had such an appreciation. He knew he could have been dead easily. He missed that by that much.
Yeah, I bet he's feeling pretty good right now. I
It,
mean,
it
I don't
was
know, it'd probably be a
crazy.
mixed bag, but
Oh,
if
and
you,
you know
I
what?
mean, you've probably heard about the teenager, the son that went, and I
Yep.
guess he was really not wanting to go and really like afraid of going, and he decided to go because it was Father's Day, kind of Father's Day weekend, or just after, and
Right. Mm-hmm.
so he went.
Yep. I heard a rumor a couple days ago. Every one of those guys was a billionaire, and they were getting sued. There's some fishy stuff about that whole thing too. But
Yeah, it seems like there's probably more that's going to come out about that. You know,
yeah.
probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Probably maybe they put all the attention on it now so that people won't pay attention later. They'll feel like they already know the story. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think there is such a thing as a 50-pound chicken either. That's a stupid statement, also, by the way. In case you missed it.
I saw it.
No, that was for Devil Dog, not you.
Yeah. No, I know.
So what are you doing? Are you doing lives on a schedule? Are you doing
Well,
Friday?
this is so my
What do you?
husband's schedule changed, and it
Okay.
has to be sometime when he's, able to take care of the kiddos.
Yeah.
So right now, I think I'm going to be consistent on Mondays. I just am not sure exactly what time. So I'm
Cool.
kind of going to test out a couple times and see maybe how they work out. I think.
That's great.
Um,
How exciting.
but
I'm
yeah, Monday nights, guys,
excited.
we'll be here, and
Awesome.
then
Great.
yeah, I've got some different ideas for some things I want to try. So we'll,
Yeah.
you know, like all, I mean, I've not been doing this really that long. I've been on here, but not like doing streams consistently.
I know.
So
You really eased yourself in nice and slow.
yeah.
You done
Yeah, and then I
good.
kind of
You done
paused for
great.
a long time and then came back into it again, and
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
No, I think
great.
it's been good. I mean, I always am glad with how it goes, but it's like I'm still kind of trying to figure out exactly, you know, and maybe it'll just always be like this kind of morphing thing, but
Mine are, I've started off doing lots of different things. I still do
yeah.
different things.
Well, you
It's
guys let me know too. Like, if you have an idea or something you think would, you wish people did or that you wish we had a place for or whatever, like, drop ideas or comments. Send me, most of you have a way to get a hold of me. Let me know.
Well, I know a lot of people want to
Listening
talk
to.
about homeopathic and health remedies and stuff. The problem is with those,
Mhm.
very dangerous on YouTube. And so I want to do
Yeah.
that on Rumble myself. So I don't think I would. That's just a topic I know that never gets talked about enough, that a lot of people want to talk about. I've been following this gal called She Is of the Woods, and she
Yes.
is incredible. I learned
Maybe
how to
I
make.
found her through you. I just started seeing more of her videos pop. I'm
Yeah,
subscribed to her, but I've been
yeah. I
seeing more
learned
of her
how to.
stuff pop up.
Right on. Yeah, I learned how to make a magnesium oil already. Super easy. Learned how to make electrolyte drinks. Um, Found out she takes, what I thought was interesting and kind of weird. She gets vitamin B injections from Germany because you can't even get them here. But she said that even people that suffer from like MS. She said it's crazy. A lot of our ailments that we have are from vitamin D deficiencies. And we
Yeah.
have heard that before, but and
Oh
I don't
yeah,
want to get
they talk
off
about that a lot here in
Yeah.
Seattle because we have the highest, or we did at least at one point have the highest rate of
side.
MS, which
Oh.
some people believe might allegedly be in Minecraft be caused by vitamin D deficiency. So they think that's part of why it's so high here in Seattle because we always have the cloud cover and all that stuff. But
Yeah, I heard you guys also had
yeah,
a high suicide rate.
probably. I don't know, but that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, because of the rain and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, you've been here as long as since Dangerous. That's 3.5 years ago, girl. That's 3
Oh yeah,
years
no, I've
ago.
been here. I've been here. Like I was here as a moderator for a bunch of channels. That's how I kind of started on YouTube, and then I met Dangerous, and then got involved with the whole community there. But yeah. Oh yeah, thanks, Twisted. But I didn't mean that. I just mean I haven't done a lot on my own channel for very long. I kind of tried a few different things, and then I took like a while, almost a year, I think, where I didn't really post anything. And then I just on my birthday I did a live stream, and that kind of got the ball rolling again because it was so much fun to see everybody and bring so many people together that I hadn't seen. And
yeah.
So then yeah, we could do a bill. I know some experts, and now I know more. So yeah, we could totally. That's something I don't know a lot about. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that. So
Yeah.
I've learned a little bit, but
yeah. That's
yeah,
on
it's definitely
BitChute,
something I'm open to.
Yeah.
That you can find information about that on BitChute. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only place
But
I've
it'd be
seen.
great. I think some people probably didn't know anything about it until tonight.
Yeah, she's of the woods. Yeah, she just did a live yesterday in Walla Walla State Park, matter of fact. And she didn't do a video for 6 months, and she crested 100,000 followers. She was so blown away. And yeah, she knows her stuff. She really does.
Sorry, Camo and Anti are cracking me up in the chat.
What is he saying?
Oh, right now they're talking about assless chaps, actually. So
Are they talking about assless chap? They know I love those assless chaps. Those are my favorite.
Unitex.
No.
Well, you just took one of their sides. Yeah. I don't know. It must have been through UD that I got that link, and I think somebody had shared it in my Discord too, like with the now I'm remembering it more. Yeah. Anyway, they were having a
Twisted Tats remembers you from back to hippies. I don't know hippies. I knew Dangerous though. I remember Dangerous. That's where I met most people. Roots is in here. I've seen Virginia Roots from Dangerous.
Thank you, Tats.
Devil Dog was in Dangerous. Camo was in Dangerous.
Yeah.
Everybody here in your room is there anybody here that doesn't know who Dangerous Freedom was?
Well, I think even people who weren't, involved then probably know of him now.
Right.
But yeah, actually going through most of us here
later. Your poem you did, just didn't see it for all year. All of a sudden, YouTube suggested it, and I'm like, "What's this?" I was like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, yeah. Well, so because I don't have very many, since I don't have very many videos, and the way they changed it now, so like the videos and the live streams are in different sections. Yeah. So now whenever people come to my page, that's one of the first videos they see. And so people a lot of times will leave a comment just to just to come and say hi, like I subbed your channel or whatever. And it's a lot of times it'll be on that video. So it's kind of cool because it always, makes me think of Ron, and like I go back and see some of the comments others have written and stuff, but it happens pretty frequently. But I think that might be why it's starting because others have said that too, that it started to be recommended to them. And I think it's because people keep writing comments on there. So it's active.
That makes sense. Yeah, that keeps the juice going when they make a comment.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Lizzie
is one of the people I've known the longest on here too.
Yeah,
exactly.
Facebook has a channel called, what's it called? Oh shit. Socially Distance Fest, it's called. and you could go on there and play music, but you have to do it live. You can't upload it. So I did a song. I
Thank you,
played
Anti.
Cheers. I played Cheers and Dancing in the Sky.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, but I didn't upload it anywhere or anything for.
Yeah.
And nobody on socially distanced fence really knew Ron, but it was the only place where I could really play at the time where I knew I could do it. You know, like now I could do it on Rumble or something, but my sound isn't great. And I'm not like a professional, music person.
Funny.
Sometimes I just feel led to play a song because everybody's hurting in YouTube or whatever in my circle of people, and sometimes I don't have anything to say. Music is great for that. That's why I love music too. It can take the place of words so easily.
I love whenever I've caught you playing, like just playing the piano and playing hymns. I love that. I think that's great. There is so much power in music, really.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really, Mr. Bobby?
I think he's lying. Is he?
I don't know.
I'm tired, sweetie. I'm ready to bounce out unless you're gonna crash out.
I love that boss. Yeah, no, I think I'll go ahead and end it too. I don't ever like being up here by myself.
No,
and
I'm
also,
not.
it's also. No, you're fine. It's also.
I don't want to end the party on you, but I'm just.
No,
I don't
you're
want
good.
to
It's later.
be yawning on you. I sure have had a lot of fun, and I love
Yeah,
everybody in the chat. I love these people.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Right? Yeah, he was joking. By the way, he does not have perfect pitch.
I know it.
Yeah. Yeah, I always wondered where they are. I didn't think they were very far from where we are.
I know. I like the music in the background too. I do.
Yeah, Anti actually found this video, and I do like the music a lot. Oh, thanks, Anti, for sharing that.
Are you doing Friday too, or are you just sticking with Mondays?
Nope. So I'm just I'm switching from Fridays to Mondays for my regular day.
I see.
It'll be sometime at evening, night, but yeah, I'm not sure. This time seemed to work out pretty well, but yeah, like I said, it might also just life things happen. I might have to change it up a little bit. But oh, hey, Watchman, good to see you. Yeah, good night, buffering. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you got at 8, and I laid down on the couch for a little bit, and I was just listening to you and Rescue, and you had a lot of people on panel earlier when you first came on, and then I kind of just was hanging out with my husband, and it was 9:45, I think, my time, well, your time too, and I'm like, well, I wonder if Indy's still on, and it was 2 hours in, so it's a great stream. I think Monday nights, I don't think there's a lot going on as well, and so a lot of people are bored, and the weekend's over. I think it'll be a great time change.
I hope so. It's it kind of has to be today sometime. So, but I can maneuver it a little bit. So we'll kind of see what's out there. But yeah, plan for next Monday, everybody. And thank you for all the positive comments in the chat. I appreciate you all so much.
Good night, everybody.
Watchman, I'm glad you snuck in here right before we're ending.
Too. Yeah, you lurkers. We love all you lurkers that don't say hi.
Yeah, all the lurkers.
That's me all the time. That was me earlier. I was here, but you didn't know it because I didn't say hi.
Well, I'm glad you came and said hi, and that you've been coming up on panel D. I really do appreciate it. I love you too.
Indy. I've always loved Indy. Indy is good people, you guys. We all know that. I'm not.
And likewise.
Nothing they don't know. Well, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but Indy is.
Well, you're my cup of tea. Since I first met you, Dee, you've always just reminded me of a family member. Actually, I think I've told you. You remind me of one of my favorite aunts. But
oh yes, everyone's aunt or cousin or somebody. Which is great. I'll take that shoe in. It's okay. It's
Twisted.
You're a fighter.
Yeah, hang on one second. Twisted, if somebody would drop Creek Squad's link, Twisted, you might, if you're not already subbed to Creek Squad, he does a lot of late night streams, and he's great. He's a young guy. He plays the guitar and sings sometimes. He does karaoke stuff, but sometimes it's just Usually it's just more like open panel. And I think he has a little bit of a dangerous freedom vibe going on over there. And
Sometimes
I
he
wish
gets
I could stay up.
losers on panel, but you can't hold that against anyone.
Yeah, I know. You know, all channels get panel jacked sometimes. But
Yeah, just saying.
he does have a great vibe going over there, though.
Yeah,
And
I like Creek
he's a
quite
good
a
guy.
lot. Creek's a good guy.
He'll like put up with a certain amount of crap and then cut it off, kind of like Ron was able to do. I think he has a knack for that. It's a good
Yeah.
thing, Creek, if you listen to this.
Does
It's
he
a
go on
compliment.
in the night? Does he stay on late at night?
He usually stays on, yeah, pretty late. He's one of the ones that's on, not always, but on usually later. And then I think you already, I'm sure, Twisted, you're probably already subbed to Steve Harloa, but he does a lot of kind of later, and Nina, his wife, do later streams too.
Oh yeah. Oh.
But yeah, I know. I wish there were more. And it just seems lately like less people have been streaming. Have you been feeling that too, Dee?
Yes, and I want to step up. I want to do something too, a little more. I'm trying to encourage some other ladies to get up, and Eric. There's some people that are starting to feel the itch, but everybody's also gets a little bit with the drama and steps back sometimes, and they get nervous when they see the drama happen. They don't want to get hurled into that, but it's hard. It's hard. I have to take frequent steps back myself, and but I made a joke last time. I took 2 weeks off just not that long ago. I've only was just back on last week, and I was like, man, I'm trying to shake you people again. I just can't shake you people. And I know I'm not the only one that feels like that sometimes, like where we could just be like, you know what, forget it, I'm not even going back on YouTube again, right? And then it's like, no, I love these people, I love you guys, and I'll drive my family crazy if I don't have you, so I need you guys too. And it's true, it is a wild random destiny that we're all here together like this. Every time it happens, it's obviously destiny. You can't really explain it. It's cool. It's really cool. And every person here is welcome and feels important and part of this. Everyone matters. Every one of you matters. And you're not alone. And it's so good that you did this so that we could all know that. Because I was feeling pretty lonely before the stream, Indy. I got to tell you, I was pretty blue. So thank you for having this stream.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, lift each other up. Even though that asshole mentioned that Baby Shark song again, we'll let that go this time. He's worth it. It's always
I like how Connie said this. It's hard to people in these kind of times. Right?
Gotta have grace, lots of grace for people like that.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
Well, all right, you guys. Dee, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody who came up on panel, and thank you for everybody being here in chat. You guys all know how much I love you all. And I'm going to go ahead and share. Steve is actually live right now. Oh, dang it, Pa. There it is again. But Steve is actually live right now doing karaoke. So if you guys want to go over and do like a little room raid, just say, put a little purple. Yeah, just go, even if you can't stay, like just go over. Right? Do a little purple heart in the chat, and then, just say hi. And if you're not subbed, sub them up, But much love to everybody. Thank you for being here. Remember, we're stronger together. And thank you, Anti and Mike, for dropping links. And love you all. I'll see you next Monday, if not sometime before. Bye, everybody. Good night.